depths of silence, where echoes remain. You were the sunrise, and I was the rain. A collision of souls, opposing in flight. I was the darkness, you yearned for the light. Now you're gone, and I'm losing my mind, losing my mind, I'm losing my mind. Now you're gone. Why did you cut me up, bring me out, and leave me high and dry? You were the laughter that kept me alive. You were hello when I was goodbye. An ember that flickered and then faded away. You were the summer, I was that same old shit in me. Now you're gone, and I'm losing my mind, losing my mind, I'm losing my mind. Now you're gone. Why did you call me up, bring me out, and leave me high and dry? Now you're gone. Now you're gone.
How's everyone been? Yay! It's Crouchy! How is everybody? I hope everyone has been well. We are back. It appears I doth lied yesterday when I said Sunday night we'll be playing some Star Citizen, but I just can't. I'm loving this game so much, and I've set up my new save, my new challenge. I'm going to run multiple things, in parallel. I may have sorted out an editor by the name of Ninja, which means, I can keep, producing these series in parallel. So we're back in some Farming Simulator 25 tonight here on Crouch After Dark. This episode will be going up at some point on Crouch's farm. Pigs and Little. $0 Brewery Revival Challenge. Now, the brewery is somewhat established already, but it has nothing. So it's going to require some work. We'll see how we go. How is everybody? Slash is here with us. Motherfig, my friend. Rhino's joined us as well. Let's get into this, but before we do, a quick Tim Tam slam. Nothing better. It is traditionally, historically correct here at Crouch After Dark to begin a stream with a good old Tim Tam slam. Now, my friends, you know that a Tim Tam is 2 chocolate biscuits. Between those chocolate biscuits is a little bit of chocolate, and then it's all coated in more chocolate. It is a chocolate biscuit treat. We're going to bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit, and it's going to turn this chocolate biscuit into a straw. And through that straw, we shall have a sip of our hot chocolate here. Tonight, I have a blend. A custom blend of Milo and a little bit of hot chocolate. No, Milo and Cadbury's hot drinking chocolate. Ninja editor does not sound cheap. She gets paid in Tim Tams. With our biscuit properly prepared, we're going to slurp up our favourite hot beverage. Could be anything you want. Tea, coffee, hot chocolate, whatever you want. It's going to melt the inside of this biscuit. It's going to turn it into a delicious treat. We're going to wrap our laughing gear around that said treat. It's going to be delicious, and we shall be able to begin our adventures here at our $0 Brewery Revival Challenge. at Pigs and Little. Oh, yeah. Slash is here with us, sir. Pretty sure I was here before you. You are here with me. Oh, boy. All right. Let's jump in. G'day, everyone. Crouch here. It is August. It's the middle of the afternoon. And we're here on our brewery, inherited, well, passed down from our aunt. My uncle passed away. This was his passion. She couldn't deal with it. She left town. She didn't want to take on his burden. It is a defunct brewery. We've got ourselves a little cottage. It's looking a little run down. Certainly needs to be repainted. Looks like we've got a little hop plantation over here. We have zero money. We've been left with a brewery. I have no money. We have a forklift. Woohoo! It is electric. I do not think, in fact I know because I set this up, that there's no electric charging station for that forklift. I think my auntie bought that forklift thinking it would be good for the pallet work that she'll be needing to do or have a contract to do, and totally forgot that she needs to charge that forklift. What a bummer. We got a truck, we got a trailer, we got a water barrel, a couple of greenhouses. There's a pig pen at the back here, but I don't think there's any pigs here. In fact, I know there's no pigs. There's no pigs. We're going to have to get ourselves some pigs. Now, we are streaming tonight this first episode of Pigs and Little, my $0 brewery revival challenge over on Crouch After Dark. There's links in the video description if you want to come and join me live, such as Motherfig has and Clive and Rhino and other people. I'd very much love to see you in the live chat. Now, this is going to be an interesting challenge because I'm using a whole bunch of mods, such as this brewery mod, and still being so new to Farm Simulator. I'm not sure how everything's going to work out, but there are some things on this property. I mean, if we have a quick look, let me jump in here real quick, see if we can... So we have on our property a nice little shed over here of sorts. Windmill, couple of greenhouses, water barrel, trailer, forklift, a little cottage, little hop plantation. Probably going to need more of those at some stage. Some sort of field. Pretty sure it's oats. Fairly reasonable pig pen. Here at Pigs and Little, only makes sense. Let me put the live chat on. Let me put the live chat on there. My good friend Slash V2. Don't leave. All right, so we've got a fair bit here on the farm, but pigs are going to cost money. Hey, what's that? It's a deer. There's a deer in my goat pen. Oh, it's a magic deer. It just goes straight through fences. So we've got a little bit of infrastructure here, but no money. Now, what are the rules? Now, similar to my other playthrough on Crouch's Farm, in this case we've got no money. We've got a whole bunch of infrastructure, some vehicles and stuff and bits and pieces to get started with, but we've got no money. Now, similar to the other series, we're not allowed to lease anything. However, this time we can take loans, because to get this brewery up and running, we're going to need cash buck dollary dues. Let's get back on the ground. This brewery requires all different sorts of stuff. If we have a quick look, barley, barrels, corn, Hopfenpalette. Need some hops, some oats, sorghum, sugar, water, wheat. So we're going to have to be buying stuff at some point until we can start expanding out and buying fields and all that sort of stuff. And then it's producing beer, different types of beer. The only brand here that I've heard of is Beck's. But, you know, there's different recipes here. Wheat and barley. Oats and sorghum. Wheat and barley. Corn and barley. So we're going to need money. So we can take loans to be able to do things. But no leasing of equipment. So again, no one's going to lease me equipment. I haven't been here in town long enough for people to know who we are. But the bank is quite happy to lend me money. I'm sure, you know, secured against the property here. So I think the first thing that we need to do is sort out these greenhouses. Let's get some water into these greenhouses. Luckily, we do have a water mill here, which makes things nice and easy. We've got a water barrel. We've got a truck over there. We've got a trailer. We've got that electric forklift. Looks like we've got an empty barn here. Oh, I forgot about this. Yes, I forgot about this. Cool. So we've got a super old tractor. Amazing. I forgot about this. Not the cleverest design on that barn there with that little concrete sort of plinth coming in. All right, let's I think the first thing we need to get sorted out is our greenhouses. They can immediately start producing stuff for us. We'll get some water in. Hello. Oh, does my tractor not hook up to this because it's so old? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Lovely. Maybe we'll have to get the old truck on here. Yep. Okay. So the tractor is so old, it might be useless. Let's leave the tractor over here. That's so good. All right. So let's get the truck. Let's get some water into these greenhouses. Now, the hops requires manure to grow. Also needs seed and fertilizer. So the seed and fertilizer I'm going to have to be buying. But the manure, I'm pretty sure we can get from our pigs. I might need to build like a manure thing for it. I've no idea. No idea. Let's get some water into these greenhouses. How do I get water out of my windmill? Maybe my windmill has no water. Do I need to activate my windmill? I guess we'll learn about how this brewery operates the more time we spend here. Uh-oh. Yes, that's how you jackknife a trailer, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Maybe my windmill is empty. Where can I get some water from in the meantime? Maybe my windmill needs time to accumulate water. It does look a little bit empty. Maybe we need to go down the side of it. All right, I think that there is a creek sort of just down the road. We are here in Riverbend Springs. Whoa, whoa, take it easy. Not used to driving something that goes faster than 30 kilometers an hour. There's a big river down there as well. I wonder if we can get water from that river. I do think that there is a creek along here somewhere. I wonder if we can get water from this creek. Ideally, we want to get that, what's going on here? Unfold car? Oh, wow, the little tailgate comes down. Looks like we can't get water out of there. We're going to have to figure out that windmill. Because a brewery can't operate without water. I really don't fancy trying to drive into that river. A brewery can't operate without water. We're going to have to figure out our water situation. I think that's, at this point, the most critical thing. This could be an immense disaster. The music playing for this is entirely appropriate. I'm sorry to interrupt. Which is broadcasting alert. Okay.
Darkacon can't get enough Tin Tam Slams. They've been subscribed for 8 months.
This could be a disaster. All right, refilling the water tank quite precariously from the banks of the river. Mr. Dark Acorn, thank you so much, mate, for subscribing on the old Twitcheroo. You've been a legend, mate. Thank you for the support. All right. I do... Maybe the windmill needs some sort of maintenance or something. Oh, there's a fuel bowser back there. I'm pretty sure it's going to be empty, like everything else. All right, let's get some water into our greenhouse. Maybe that windmill will collect water as time goes on. I've no idea. Let's get our menu on. Start filling. Okay, so maybe...
can't get enough Tin Tam Slams. They've been subscribed for 7 months.
Rhino, you're a legend. Thank you, mate. Thank you for resubscribing over there on the old Twitcheroo. It does look like perhaps this might be empty. Maybe it needs time to fill up. Although I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to pump water, right? I guess we'll figure out how that works as time goes on. We might as well, while we're here, get our greenhouses operating. Now, we do want to maximize our cash buck dollary-do, so we want things that are going to produce quickly, which are tomatoes and lettuce. And I think I'm just going to get this one producing lettuce. It's going to cost us $2 a month to run. Oh God, we're going to need some money. We're desperately going to need some money. I don't know what equipment we have to do any contracts and stuff. All right, I'm going to spend a little bit of time running backwards and forwards. We'll fill up our greenhouses with some water to get them going, and then we'll figure out what our next steps are. Mr. Sexy Potat, how are you, my friend? Welcome in. Gonna need a bigger water tanker to fill up all those water tanks. 100%. Yep. Streamer was very rude to you. Was he, Slash? Man, that streamer. I'm very well, thanks, Mr. Sexy Potat. So good.
Motherfig gifted a subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slam Squad Sexy Potatoes Roll. Enjoy the pentams. Motherfig gifted a tier 1 for the Sexy Potatoes Roll. They have given 24 gift subs in the channel.
24 gift subs, Motherfig. What a legend. Thank you, mate. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome, Mr. Sexy Potat, to the Crouch Potatoes. All right. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to figure out how to get our windmill working. That's going to be incredibly important. Maybe it just needs some time. We'll see how we go. Whoa! You just dropped 50 pounds in 10 minutes, Motherfig. Dropping some subs. Did you pick the game up, did you? It is so much fun, man. It's super chill. Like people were saying last night, it's a massive time sink, but super chillaxing, man. Especially when you get into field work and everything takes ages. Just have a movie on in the background. Have something from YouTube playing. I think the first step, though, very much is to get these greenhouses operating. Brewery mod added to the server. Nice one, Rhino. Yes, sir. I do get a little bit of input lag on that server, I'm assuming because of the location or whatever. But it's playable. Crash. Did some people? I did. It was me. No, I'm just some people. You, sir, are digging a deep hole. There's always input lag on FS map servers, on multiplayer servers. Okay. It does make driving around a little bit tricky. I don't know whose field this is. We're just cruising across. But I hope he doesn't mind me destroying his crops and stuff. I don't see why he would. I mean, really. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. There's going to be a lot to learn about this brewery. There's going to be a lot to learn how it works, where I get all the materials from. We've got to find barrels from somewhere. I think it's going to cost a lot of money to start operating this brewery. As we slowly, build our way up to acquiring our own fields, to, grow our own barley and all that sort of stuff. Okay, I definitely need to figure out how the windmill here on the farm works, because we can't keep traipsing across that person's field, destroying their crops. Yes, save the content. While we collect water. So let's get some lettuce being activated in here. And we want to store that lettuce. All right, so we got 2 large greenhouses producing lettuce. Lovely. And a forklift with limited power. It's electric. We're going to have to figure out a charging station for that. Right. Now, to get our hops growing, so chat's telling me that the windmill should just autofill. So we need manure, seeds, solid fertilizer, and water. So water we can sort out. Manure will eventually come from our pigs, but seeds and solid fertilizer we're going to have to buy. And it's going to use 250 water and 50 seeds and 50 solid fertilizer and 150 manure and produce 500 hops. Okay. Now we have no money. No cash buck dollary dues. What we could potentially do is sell my uncle's old tractor. I don't know how much use this is going to be. Time for a loan. That's true. I mean, if we have a look at contracts, there's not a great deal I can do. I mean, we could do these deadwood contracts, but I don't think I even own a chainsaw. What have I been fined for stealing from the local river? Shh. So we can go chop down some trees, but I don't think I even own a chainsaw. So we're going to have to take a loan. How do we get a loan? I don't even know how we get a loan. Finances. Borrow 5 grand. Okay. We borrowed 5 grand.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Environmental damage to the ecosystem. Oh boy. Oh, bear with me for just a moment. All right. Let's just move those alerts. All right. So I guess we're going to need a chainsaw, which I think we can get from the tools down here. Because if we're going to be borrowing money, I like this still. If we're going to be borrowing money, we're going to need a way to be able to repay all of this cash buck dollary dues we're borrowing. Now, I've never been to Riverbend Springs before. Never came out here to visit my aunt and uncle. So I don't know my way around here at all. Do want to have another look at the windmill on our cool new brewery, because we kind of need this to be working. Hey, it's working! The windmill works! All right. It wouldn't have surprised me if that windmill needed to be fixed. But at least that's going to make things a little bit easier. I mean, it's very, very difficult to make beer without water. Okay, so that's good to know. That our... oh, can we sneak through here? I guess if we're careful. Who parked that forklift there? All right, this is good to know that our windmill works. Yes! Water into beer. Okay, so let's go do this deadwood contract while we get this these greenhouses operational. Let's unhook that trailer. Oh, what's in this field? I'm pretty sure it's oats. Oh god, we're gonna need something to feed the pigs. Speaking of pigs, there's nothing in here. Pigs, perfect. 225 pigs. That's a lot of pigs. I reckon we should just buy the baby pigs. Baby pigs make sense to me. Oh, we can... no, we can't afford that. Can't afford that at all. I think we should get a couple of pigs in here. Not being able to lease anything is going to make this incredibly challenging. But we need pigs. If we get baby pigs, we can obviously raise them and then sell them. Pigs can be sold for a profit. Pigs eat nearly anything. You can feed them corn, wheat, barley, canola, sunflower, soybeans, potato, sorghum, and sugar beets. Well, we're going to want corn, wheat, and barley for sure. Additionally, they require water. This is a piglet. Animals that are healthier and older than 6 months can reproduce. I think we should just buy baby pigs and just... it's going to take time to figure everything out. It's going to take time to set things up. And so as the months roll on, these pigs can just grow and then, you know... let's get 17 of these little Berkshire pigs. That leaves us again with zero money, but we're going to go do a contract. Let's just buy 17 pigs. Oh, God. We don't have any food for them. Oh, this was stupid. Whoops. Okay, so look at these little piggies. Look at these little piggies. Look at these tiny, tiny piggies. They're so cute. But the problem is, now they're going to be starving. I'm pretty sure we don't need to add water to the barn. The barn just sort of... I think it just accumulates its own water. But we need food. Okay, this was... this might have been a mistake. This might have been a mistake. Buying pigs before he has feed for said pigs. I'm sure Peter would have had something to say about that. Where is Greta Thunberg when you need her? Okay, that was a mistake. That was a mistake because I don't even have enough money to buy feed for them now. And we can't harvest that crop of oats. Can they even eat oats? Corn, wheat, barley, canolas, sunflowers, soybeans, potatoes, sorghum, and sugar beets. No, they can't eat oats. We're going to have to buy some feed for them. To do that, we're going to have to go do this wood cutting contract. All right, we'll let those pigs starve slowly in... where is this place? Oh, it's kind of just down the road from us. I think we're just up here above this bee hive farm place. All right, let's accept this contract. I'll have a quick look on the map. Yeah, it's just down the road. Okay, sweet. All right, let's go. Am I going the right way? Yes, we are. I do like this town. Spent a little bit of time in Zelonka. But I like the look of this town. Oh god, I don't like the look of having to find my way around in this woods here. Alright. Chainsaw? Flashlight? There's a tree. Wow, this is a proper wood, isn't it? Alright, I'm going to get all of these trees cut down. And then I guess we're going to have to figure out where we get some feed for the pigs from. Oh boy. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a challenge than I expected. Or we're just going to end up in a huge amount of debt, which is likely, obviously. There's, I mean, even to get a small, I guess we've got Uncle's old tractor. Actually, that might be a silly idea, selling that tractor. I think, yeah, 100% that's a silly idea. Because at least we've got a tractor. We can buy a cheap cultivator or something. At least we can do some cultivating contracts. The only thing that the brewery can be producing right now is lettuce in the greenhouse, in the greenhouses. So that's gonna produce a little bit of money, $2,000 a month. Well, $4,000 a month per greenhouse. I think it produces a pallet of lettuce each month from each greenhouse. So we're going to have some money coming in that we should be able to service any loans that we end up having to take out. All right, 2 more trees after this. And then we might need to take the trailer down and see where we can find some feed for the pigs. I'm pretty sure that was a mistake, sorting out some pigs before we figured out any way to feed them. But there'll be somewhere we can buy some food from, I'm sure. Where that is, I have no idea. Again, being completely new to the town and, you know, relatively new to Farming Simulator. Where is this last remaining dead tree? There it is. Nope, cut that one down already. Imagine trying to pull dead wood out of here. Where is this last remaining tree? Hello, dear. There it is. Yes. All right, $1,500. This will go straight on pig food. I think it's going to be quite some time before we can get the actual brewery up and running. We're going to have to find a cooperage, find out how much barrels cost. We're going to have to sort out fields. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. I have to do a live stream with multiplayer farming though, Crouch. Indeed, Rhino has been setting up a multiplayer server. There'll definitely be some of that. We spoke about that a fair bit last night, 100%. Right, now, let's have a look on the map. Hotspots. Loading stations. Okay, let's, animals. Okay, no. What we might want. Loading stations, productions. We kind of want shops, don't we? We need to find somewhere. Carpentry. Oh, grain mill. Can we buy grain at the grain mill? All right, let's head back to the brewery. We'll pick up the trailer. We might need to upgrade the trailer at some stage. Whoa. Because I'm pretty sure we can put some seed into this trailer. Does anyone know where we can buy some animal feed from? Saving the content. Loading stations, maybe? Manure. Liquid manure. Lime. More lime. More lime. Oh, petrol. We're going to have to get petrol in. This is lime, more petrol. What is others? Oh, what's this? Animal dealer. All right, let's go visit the animal dealer. How do we get to the animal dealer? We go down, take the ferry. Okay. Let's go see what the animal dealer's got to have some food for animals, right? So we'll go find out what this guy's got to offer us. I think we'll grab some corn for the piggies. We have to cash in our contract. Get our cash buck dollary dues. We may... We're going to have to take another loan for sure. We're definitely going to have to take another loan to buy some equipment to do more contracts. I'm thinking another cultivator. No, contracts. Let's cash out in our deadwood. Fertilizing, harvesting, hoeing, mowing. Well, we can't use a mower on our tractor, I don't think. It's such an ancient tractor. Spraying, tedder grass, weeding. Could buy a weeder. Wood transport we're not going to be able to do without some front loader and a tractor that can use it. Now, we do have our time set on real time. There's no restrictions on our time like we have over on the Croucher's Farm series, where we keep our time at 5 times. This is in real time because we're going to need as much time in the day to be able to do things. Again, you know, we've got nothing. We've got no money. We don't really have any equipment that we can use to make money. We have a defunct brewery that's going to cost us a fortune to get operating, or a whole bunch of time at the very least. Okay, so what does this animal dealer have? Maybe the animal dealer just sells animals. What's this? Unfold, race trailer, unload here. Let's get out and have a bit of a look around. Okay, so this guy sells animals, but no feed.
Oh, hi. You're Walter's grandkid, aren't you?
Hey, Walter's
I'm
grandkid.
Katie. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Katie. Nice to meet you too.
Let me welcome you to our small town. As I just said, I'm Katie. I took over my parents' farm 4 years ago, continuing
Hey!
the family business after traveling the world as one does. But I'll tell you all about that another time. So what can I do for you?
I was wondering, getting the lay of the land, just introducing myself to the
That's
neighbors.
very admirable of you. What else can I tell you? I specialize in livestock. We got chickens, cows, sheep, pigs, horses, even bees.
Bees.
Also our recent additions, goats and water buffaloes. It's quite an eclectic ensemble of creatures, if I can say so myself. If you want to dip your toes into animal husbandry, come to me. I'm not only dealing with the livestock, I can also give you important advice. I've been working with animals all my life, you see. Even when traveling the world, I occupied myself with the local fauna. And I collected some stories on the way, if you're interested sometime. That and some myths and legends. Maybe I should start a podcast.
Maybe
Anyway,
you should.
I'm sure you and I have got stuff to do, animals to feed and
yes.
so on. So don't let me keep you. I'm
Okay.
sure we'll have time to talk again.
I'm sure we will. Where, Katie, can I buy some feed for my pigs? Where can I buy some feed for my pigs? Maybe at the warehouse. All right, let's go over to the warehouse. Maybe the warehouse will sell us some food for our piggies. For our piglets. They're so cute. Talk to her again. She'll give more info. All right, maybe we'll go back and talk to her. All right, let's have a look and see what these guys have. Proof that he doesn't read chat. Not that we didn't know this already. Rude. All right, what do I want to purchase? Planks, long planks, wood beams, fabric, clothes, cement bags, barrels. Well, we're going to need barrels. $4,614 for a barrel.
For a violation of the verbal morality
What the?
statute.
Bathtub furniture, carton rolls, paper rolls, wool, eggs, honey, flour, rice flour, bread, cakes, butter, cheese, sugar, cereal, sunflower oil, canola oil. Preserved food. Animal feed. We need animal feed. Rice rolls, kimchi. Why is this not a drop down? Oh, we're back to the beginning. Cement bags. Oh no. It's no good. He's in his own little world. I am indeed. Fined for not reading chat enough. If you do want to come and hang out with me live, if you're watching this over on Croucher's Farm and you want to join this lot, there's links in the video description to either come and join me on Twitch or on YouTube. Don't say I don't give you choice. Central Cap. All right, let's go back and see Katie. And see if she's got some ideas on where I can buy some animal feed from. All right.
Hey, buddy. Nice to see you.
I need help with animal husbandry. Yep.
Sure. What can I help you with?
Let's go. Pigs. How do I feed pigs? How do I keep pigs? What are the different kinds of breeds? What equipment do I need? How do I feed the pigs?
To maintain the health of your pigs,
I just need
you
to know where to
provide
buy
them
it
with
from.
The right mix of feed. This mix is made out of base feed, grain, protein, and root crops. As base feed, you can use either corn or sorghum. I recommend wheat or barley as grains. You can do nothing wrong with soybeans, canola, or sunflowers as a protein source.
Okay.
Last but not least, just add some potatoes or sugar
Ooh,
beets. If
potatoes.
you want to keep it simple, you can also buy some pig feed.
Yes, please.
You don't need to use a mixing wagon. Those are required for cows. Just unload the right amount at your pigsty.
Where do I get the pig feed? What equipment do I
You
need?
definitely want a pasture or pigsty. If you have laid straw in the barn, the pigs will produce manure.
Chat's telling me,
and
Rhino
that
in the
must be
chat saying
stored.
pig feed from the
Get yourself a
vehicle
manure
shop.
heap. Get yourself a
Okay. Let's have a look. Animals. Food! Food! Pig food! Perfectly balanced food pellets to feed your pigs. All right. It's $1,000. Oh, God. How are we going to put this in the freaking truck? Oats, weed, pig food in a big bag. Doesn't listen, at least not to you, Slash. You told me 7 times, did you, Slash? Can get ignored by chat. Okay, so...
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Read, chat! I'm going to need to... Yeah, Rhino says I'm going to need to keep a forklift at the shop. This is a big problem. I was kind of hoping just to get some feed dumped into the trailer, but this is going to be a problem. 1,000 liters of pig food. All right, let's buy some pig food. We're gonna if you guys can hear the ninja in the background, she's sitting over there playing with her friend. And they're having a jolly good discussion. So say hi to the ninja if you can hear her in the background. All right, let's... Right. The shop is over here. There's our pallet of pig feed. I think what we're going to need to do is get in our forklift. We're going to have to figure out how to charge our forklift as well. Because when this runs out of power, it's kind of a bit skew-iffed, isn't it? And knowing me and running out of fuel, that's a bit of a problem. Maybe we can sell this electric forklift. Oh, but then we'd have no way of moving anything. Okay. Hey Ninja, Motherfig saying what's up?
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Fine for driving on the road without insurance and a license plate. Hey, listen, I have insurance, and my license plate's here inside the cab. I'm pretty sure it's just down here somewhere. I tucked it away. Because there's been a whole bunch of license plate theft going on lately, or at least in the town that I came from. So, you know, we don't normally display our license plates unless specifically asked for them, in which case we show them. Because, yeah, like I said, people have been stealing license plates. All right, I'm going to get some feed for the pigs, and then we'll be back at the brewery shortly, hopefully feeding the pigs some food, and then we're going to have to figure out where we go from here. I might just need to take like a massive loan to buy some equipment. I think that's probably going to be the sensible thing to do. Take a massive loan, a couple $100,000, buy a tractor, buy some implements. Because doing things piecemeal like this, I think, is just going to be super, super difficult. You like this, right? This map, Rhino? Yeah, Riverbend Springs is real nice. Real nice. Bullshit. Look, it's true, man. One of my friends, Dave, he's got a son called Gary Potter. He had his license plate stolen from both his forklift, his ute, and his camels. You know, because where he lived, camels have to have license plates, and they all got stolen. Not the camels, the license plates. Do you?
I see a river floating its way out to the sea. I can't remember.
Hey, saving some content.
Onto that tree. And I just wanna see you. You will never know just how much
It's been annoying.
missing home. I've been sinking like a stone. Caroline, take me home. Nothing's ever really broken. I won't let you go. 'Cause I'm finding my way right back to you. Yeah, I'll find my way back to you.
Dave deserved it.
That I'm finding my way right back to you. Yeah, I think that I'm finding my way.
I really enjoy driving the electric forklifts at work. They're so much fun. And it's not like the forklift I used to have at my factory that has like a traditional forklift that has the levers and stuff. This one's got like a palm grip. You sort of rest your right arm on the armrest, and then it's got a whole bunch of finger knob things. It's so fun to drive.
I'm finding my way right back to you. Yeah, I'll find my way back to
You. Doesn't that trailer have ramps? Oh, oh, slashing. It does. You do actually know a guy called Dave that used to drive an Arctic. Mommy listened. Ah, damn it. Oh no! Oh. Bloody hell. That's happened more than a few times, hasn't it? I reckon I could have just picked up the pallet and then driven the forklift onto the trailer with the pallet attached, or on the forks, on the tines. I could have slash. Okay, that's good to know. We'll try that next time. No, I didn't, because I'm a noob. I'm a real noob. But we're learning. And my friend, that's why it's wonderful to have the chat here to help me with the learning. And normally when the camera's on, I'm not intentionally ignoring the chat, but I am predominantly talking to the audience that will hopefully one day watch the episodes on YouTube. He is. I do. I see the messages and I just go, I'll read that later on when I've got time. Stuff those guys. Hey, dude! I've got a trailer here, man. Trailers have right of way. Right. After a minor mess up with the forklift, let's get the HUD back on. With a minor mix up with the forklift, start lowering, tip side ramp, unfold ramp. What does start lowering do? Okay, so I can tip the side ramp. Okay, so we probably... Okay, here we go. Unload here. Is this going to create a mess? Oh no! That's not a side ramp. That's a back ramp. All right, I think we are lowering some feed for the piggies. I think it's working. What does start lowering do? Oh no! Dump pig food. Aye. Hey! There we go, that worked. Let's have a look. Piggies have 1,000 litres of food. Yes! We fed the pigs! Alright, hopefully at some stage they start eating that food. Hello, piggy! Oh, they're so tiny. 0 months old. We've got 17. Oh no! Hopefully he's just having a nap and he just didn't die. Look at this little piggy. He can hardly stand up. All right. We've fed the pigs. We have fed the pigs. Now, as I was saying before, I'm pretty sure we're just going to have to take a massive loan. Let's check the contracts. Oh, there's another Deadwood contract, which is where I'm so new to Riverbend Springs. Down near 64. There's another. Is this another ferry crossing? No, I don't think so. Down near 64. Let's have a look at the map. Okay, it's down here. Let's get all our hotspots back on. There's a restaurant down here. Willie's. Where are we? We're up here. This is our property here. Quite a big property we have. A lot of empty space here. But then again, a lot of this is on a hill. So maybe there'll be somewhere that we can use it. Yeah, we may just need to take a massive loan to buy some equipment. I mean, we're going to need to have, you know, our own fields and stuff. I'm thinking, you know, obviously these fields here are the first ones we want to be looking at buying. 72 grand, 57 grand, 25 grand, 191. I wonder if I can buy this road and charge people to use it. All right. So I think before we really get this brewery operational, we're going to have to all right, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good... The pigs don't produce anything we can sell. Actually, they might produce some slurry, which we can sell. But basically, they're just there to fatten up to sell, right? And produce and supply us with manure, which we need for our hops. So unlike goats and stuff that will be producing milk, the pigs don't actually produce anything we can sell. They're just going to have to, like, every year we get a whole bunch of pigs that we can sell to the butcher or something. So our greenhouses at this point are our only source of monthly revenue. If we go have a look at our finances, I don't think we need to pay back a loan. Obviously, we had a whole bunch of construction costs when I was setting up the brewery and buying all the land and all that sort of stuff. Then I messed up one of the buildings, so we had to sell it and buy it again. All right, let's head on down to this place, tag place. We'll head on down, do this Deadwood contract. But yes, I think having to buy a whole bunch of equipment to, we're going to need a proper tractor. Uncle's old tractor is great, but I don't think it's going to be of much use to us. Certainly we're going to need something with a front end loader. Maybe we can sell that electric forklift that my auntie bought, given that we don't have a charging station for it. I don't know. Let's go do this Deadwood contract. Going out into the oven to get beer and a pasty. Good luck, Mother Fig. All the best, mate. I hope you survive. I'll try not to turn into liquid. I'm melting! I'm melting! Liquefied figs. Fig juice, man. It's supposed to be pretty good. So I'm thinking maybe take like $100,000 loan or something. I think loans, you just pay back a loan whenever you want. I think they accrue interest, but I don't think there's like a minimum monthly payment you need to make on loans. You accrue interest each month, but you just make repayments whenever you've got the funds to make a repayment. So I guess as long as in the beginning we're making enough money to cover the interest, then I think that should be okay. I need to install that jumping mod that allows you to jump properly, like you would in any other game. We're going 100 kilometers an hour. What the hell, man? I wonder I'm out of control all the time. This is the wrong way. Okay, so one other thing I suppose we can start producing is hops. Or hang on, I think the hops need manure, seeds, and solid fertilizer we'll need to buy. Let's get a little bit of water, 200,000 liters. We're going to need a bigger water tank. All right, we've got a lot of water work we need to do. Let's have a look in the shop at barrels. I think that's for a semi-trailer. Because we've got our hop plantation, we're going to need more of those eventually. We've got the brewery. And we've got the 2 greenhouses. Now, I could either go with the little 6,000 litre one or the 8,000. For an extra 2,000 litres, although this one does carry milk and other fertilizers and stuff, I don't think we're going to need to worry about milk or anything. So I think we just need this one here. If I take a $17,000 or a $20,000 loan, I don't think that's a sensible idea. Because the windmill is right there. It just means I'm going to have to do a bunch of trips backwards and forwards, which I don't really mind. This doesn't earn me any money. It just saves me time. And at the end of the day, you know, we've got all the time in the world. What we don't have is money. Speaking of money, let's get paid for that contract we just completed. $1,500. To get this running, I do like this hop plantation. This is exactly how hops grow. Yeah, I think I can manage with the little water tank for the moment. Got 8,000 litres in this greenhouse. 4,000 in that one. I want to know how much food the pig's going to be eating. I'm kind of tempted to get a few more pigs in here. The brewery's going to take time to get up and running. So I think at this point, it probably makes sense to chuck a few more pigs in here. Let's chuck another 9 pigs in here. Leaves me with $19. Look at these little black ones, little white and black spots. Or little white piggies with black spots. Look at him, he can hardly move. Little trot. Trot, 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 trot. Go, piggy. Look at them, they're having a race. They're having a race. All right, so we definitely need pigs here at Pigs and Little. The brewery can't produce anything for a while. It needs huge amounts of input. We're going to have to grow some fields. The barrels, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to buy. Sugar, we're going to have to buy. Water we can get from our windmill, and the other oats and stuff we can be growing all of those in our own fields eventually. We've got an oat field behind us. Let's have a look at some sort of harvesting equipment. Root crops, baling, grassland, forage harvesting, combined harvesting. Okay, here we go. Motherfig in the live chat says, I feel this brewery was a lie and he just wanted some bacon. Okay, so we only have one combine. Oh no, here we go. Okay, so we got heaps of combines. Okay, the cheapest one is 105 grand. This machine can harvest the indicated crop types. For a harvester to work, it also needs a suitable header. Where is my little Herge Quill? I made myself, or I printed out, a handy little cheat sheet of all the icons because there's no tooltips when you hover over these. So this one does wheat, barley, and oats. That's pretty much all we need. It does canola, sorghum. It does corn, sunflowers, soybeans, corn, and what's this little one here? And long grain rice. Okay, so I think this one's going to be fine. Again, you know, my idea here is, you know, just to take a huge loan. Is just to take a huge loan and buy this equipment. So we get a Massey Ferguson combine.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation
What
of
am,
verbal
what am I being fined for? For not producing beer after 1.5 hours? I don't think we're going to be producing beer for many, many more episodes to come yet. I mean, there's a lot that we need to do to set this place up. All right, so then we need grain headers. And the little Massey Ferguson is 30 grand. So what, 135 grand will get us into some combining, some harvesting. It's a big investment. And I mean, at this time of year, there's some harvesting contracts. Again, we can't lease equipment, but we can take loans. So let's just borrow 140 grand. Good Lord. Let's pick up this Massey Ferguson. We'll just leave it stock. Let's buy this. Oh, what's in the second-hand store? Hose. Pull out small and medium-grown weeds between crops, improving the field state. That can be used in the first growing stages of crops. Tractors are required to pull trailers and tools. This tractor can also attach a front loader. Look at this tractor. $171 horsepower. 300 litres of diesel, 40 kilometres per hour. I'm not sure the type of front loader makes too much of a difference. So I guess if we borrowed another 100 grand, we could pick up the hoe here, which would be good for weeding contracts and obviously our own fields at some stage. But this tractor might be a good start. The Zeta Crystal. Let's have a quick look. I'm assuming it's going to be under medium tractors. Here we go, the Zeta Crystal. 130 grand. Let's buy the header that we're supposed to be buying. Loaders, trailers, soil cultivation, combine harvesting, grain headers. Design color. 30 grand. All right, let's buy this. So that's going to be at the shop. Does this come on a... I wonder if it comes on a trailer. Is there like a trailer thing that we can buy? Or does it come on one? Here we go. Header trailers. Here we go. Combine harvesting header trailers. Let's get the trailer for it. Cost $1,000. All right, let's head on down to the store. There's our forklift, mildly in the way. And our brand new Macy Ferguson. Yes, sir. Never driven a combine harvester. Still so new to the game. Let's not scratch it on the way out of the dealership. All right, lovely. Now I'm assuming we can somehow put this on the trailer. Although this thing isn't massively wide. Let's open up the menu. Okay, so it does, if you sort of get it over the trailer, it attaches to it. And we can attach to it. Okay, cool. Woo! Exciting. All right, so what sort of contracts do we have available that we can do? Harvesting. So, canola, wheat, oats. That looks like ours, doesn't it? So we're gonna need. Oh, good lord! I suppose we're gonna need wagons and all that sort of stuff, aren't we? Wheat on the down here on the other side of town. Kind of looking for something that's close to us. This is just down the road. All right, let's have a look at this one. I've never done any harvesting in Farm Simulator. I'm so new to this game. The only thing I've really been doing in my other challenge over on Crouch's farm is mostly just mowing grass and baling it up and, you know, feeding my goats. But here, I guess, at Pigs and Little, we're gonna have to learn how to harvest different sorts of grains, and because we're gonna need them in the brewery. All right, let's head over there and get my first field in Farming Simulator 25, in any farming simulator, harvested with this combine. Oh, this is my first combine. Is it going to fit on this thing? On the ferry? Oh, I guess we'll find out. Let's go harvest our first field. I'm so excited. This is sweet. Game's been downloaded, Motherfig. It's going to have a look when he gets back. It's so much fun, man. I'm really enjoying this game. And I think setting some limitations or challenge, some sort of challenge, is the way to go. And then having some sort of goal. Be drawing dicks in the fields. I'm not sure. Not sure. We got to keep the episodes PG. Somewhat family friendly. Or what we could do is we could harvest our own oats field. That'd be a good idea. We've got an oat field right behind us. We could harvest that. And, the pigs can't eat oats, can they? Can the pigs eat oats? Or I guess we could dump them into the brewery. But we'll get back to that after I've done this contract. I've got to figure out a different key bind for this hotkey menu because H opens the map. I don't know why that's the case because M opens the map. What does H open? Create a job. Okay. This is pretty sweet. Our mother fig will be drawing dicks in the field. Metaphysical still no Star Citizen. I'm sorry, my friend. I am very sorry. I'm just so much enjoying this game right now. And my new series, Pigs in Little. Maybe when 4.2.1 goes live and we'll jump back in. I'll jump back in and I'll actually start checking out some of the features that they release. Maybe I'll go do some contested zones. Get involved in all of that sort of stuff. Actually do some of the new Star Citizen stuff. No, we're here filming for episode 1 of Pigs in Little. My $0 brewery challenge. So far we've got a $105,000 loan. Can't lease any equipment. We can only buy it. But we started with $0. Let's get that combine going. Oh, what do we have to do? Are we combining? We are. Let's get some steering assist set up. Let's go. disable straw swath, lift header. It's not a very fast beast, 10 kilometers per hour. So I'm just looking at the options here. Fold out the pipe and disable straw swath. I don't know what the swath is. Disable straw swath is the full stop. It doesn't seem to do anything. So there's still a lot to learn. There's still a lot to learn. This little Massey Ferguson is quite slow, but you know, for my first combine, I'm quite happy. And I just realized as we were crossing over the river that we have our own oats field. So once we've finished up here with this contract, we'll head back to the brewery and go harvest our own oats. I don't think I can feed them to the pigs at this stage. But we can certainly put them into the brewery. Not that the brewery is going to be able to use them for the moment, but we might as well start putting stuff into the brewery for later on. Unless we can feed them to the pigs. Because if we can feed them to the pigs and we don't have to buy pig food, that will be a good thing. But I'm going to get this field done at the grand speed of 10 kilometers an hour, which for a combine, I'm not sure if that's fast or not. But it's what we have. So I'm going to get this done and we'll see you back at the brewery. I've got to have a look and see how much my interest payments are, because I think each month the interest for the loan gets deducted. But I don't think that you have to make payments. But I'm pretty sure I need to have enough money to cover the interest payments. What do I do with the oats that come out of this? Where do the oats go? Need a tractor and a trailer, so we have a small trailer. Which I think is 1,000 litres. Oh no, it might be 2. And then what do I do, Rhino? Do I have to go and sell the oats for this dude? So I've got to take the oats to the mill for this guy, do I? Because we can do trips in the ute with the trailer. Okay, so it's kind of like, well, see, the contract for harvesting the field is 29% finished. So do I have to take these oats to the mill for this guy, or can I take them to my brewery? And is it just my job to harvest the field, or does he want the oats? It'll tell me where to send them on the map, hey? So I'm just harvesting this field, and I just realized, what do I do with the oats? So I was having a chat with the live chat. Again, if you want to come join me live, there's links in the video description over to Crouch After Dark or over to Twitch if you want to join me there. And they're telling me that I need to take them somewhere on the map. Let's have a quick look at the map. Saying I need to go to field 27, near to 27. Okay. Right, I see. See that little flashing circle there. Okay. Because I wasn't sure if I get to keep, like, these oats, or, you know, what happens with them. But I think we might, maybe we'll get some oats at the end of it. So does the contract harvesting field 59 is 37% complete? I guess I'll find out when I get to, you know, that drop off point, if the completion, you know, progresses. But maybe we'll get some oats out of this. Anyway, let's get this finished. The life of being a farming simulator noob. My first combine harvest, learning things. And I have to say a huge thanks to Rhino in the chat. Having the live chat is a significant help while I'm still learning. Right, thank you, Rhino. So we're almost full, 90%. Okay, so we're going to need a tractor. We're going to need a trailer. I mean, at the end of the day, I could just pile myself up with a huge loan. And then we'll just have to pay that back progressively. It's the only way that I can think of to avoid just a massive never-ending grind for ages. I mean, there's still going to be a huge grind ahead of me. All right. Now we've got 8,000 litres. I guess we just go for a huge drive, hey? Dude! Mate, come on! This is going to cause a problem on the roads, man. This is going to cause a problem on the roads. There's no stopping. No stopping. You'd have left the header there, Rhino. Probably would have been a good idea. Oh, dear Lord. Surely we can fit through this tunnel. Surely. Where the hell am I going? Hey, let's go. All right, well, I guess now we can put the header back and we want to go up that road and just follow it around until we get to our farm and then go left down past our farm to the next major road and turn left. Okay. I can't go any faster even though I don't have that header. I guess I just don't take as much space. What happens if I try and dump this into my brewery? I wonder if I can steal this guy's oats. Why is our brewery producing steam? Nothing's being brewed there. I was going to say I am tempted on the way back to just quickly harvest our field, but I obviously don't have the header. All right, so it's nice to know the grain mill's just down the road from the brewery. Ah! Um, so I'm not 100% sure how I... No, that's a bad idea. Get this grain out of here or where I'm supposed to take it. Oh, maybe I need to put it... Oh, dear me. Do I need to put it in a trailer? There's no way I can just pipe it straight out of the combine. Slash in the chat suggesting I park sideways, arm out and dump. Hey! Alright, so the contract completion is slowly going up as I dump the grain. I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to steal it. Thank you, Slash, in the live chat. Again, super helpful to have the live chat while I'm learning the game. So I do appreciate everyone who's choose to spend some of their time with me for our first episode of Pigs and Little, our $0 brewery revival series. My first time in a combine. All right, can we drive forward a little bit and then put that away without smashing it? We can. Good work, Slash. All right, let's go back and finish off this harvest. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to steal some of his oats, but that doesn't look like it's possible. We need to dump the oats to be able to complete the contract. Let's head back and get this finished. And smarts, indeed. Thank you, Slash. It's a slow drive back. I do have to say, though, this is pretty sweet. Lots of first experiences. You put mods on the servers so you can finish doing contracted fields. Oh, what, like instead of leaving like that little strip left over, you've got to finish it off? Is that what that mod does, Rhino? Sweet. It's always bugged me. You always end up with this one little bit of the field that you don't have to finish. Does that mean you can't skip corners anymore? You've actually got to do the field properly. God, I wonder if this is going to take us 3 trips. Oh, Mother Fig's getting into the server. Oh, the contract will still complete, but you can finish the field for OCT's sake. I see. Okay, that's sweet. We'll see how we go. If I can convince the ninja to edit the videos, which is why I'm keeping my camera off instead of, as I've done it a couple of times for live streams in the past, it makes the editing much, much easier. Because then I can teach her how to edit the videos. If I can get her on the payroll, either in Tim Tams, Cash Buck Dollary Doos, or Robux. Cash Buck Dollary Doos. You want
I need money.
You need money.
I actually need money.
You actually need money, do you?
Yeah.
Really badly. Well, maybe then you can pay for your own Robux. Yeah, if I can convince the ninja to edit the videos, then I can produce another multiplayer series, and then I can have all 3 series running: Croucher's Farm, Croucher's Goat Farm, Pigs and Little, and multiplayer. I'll be like a proper YouTuber. I want this straw, damn it, because the straw I can feed to the pigs. Actually, oh God, I'm not going to need a baler. Gaming Kev, how are you, my friend? Joining us on the old YouTube. I hope you are well. Thanks for coming to hang out with me on my second challenge series. My $0 brewery revival, Pigs and Little. We've taken a massive loan to buy this combine so we can do some contracts. We also need it for our small oats field and for any potential fields that we buy in the future. I still don't know what our interest repayments are at the moment, but I guess we'll find that out as we get a chance to have a look after we've finished this field. Hopefully we get to keep a few oats out of this. I'm not entirely sure. But I do have to say, I'm enjoying this combining. Never done it before. It's exciting. So thank you, Gaming Kev, for joining me on YouTube. Hanging out with the rest of the peoples watching on Twitch. My first combine, a little Massey Ferguson. I love it. I love it. 72% of the way through the contract, 24% full in the hopper. It'll be quite nice. Yeah, if I can convince the Ninja to edit the videos, then we can get a whole bunch of them happening up on Croucher's Farm on YouTube. Got a sub from you. Thank you, Gaming Kev. If you want to go check out the full episodes on Croucher's Farm, there's a link in the description, which is where obviously we're filming this one live, but all the edited videos go up on Croucher's Farm. You can check out all the episodes there, or all the previous live streams are here on Crouch After Dark. You're still on this map on year 7, still fixing the playground and the old grain mill. See, I've never actually, I'm so new to Farming Simulator, and in typical me fashion, I've just jumped into the deep end with these challenges that I've not actually looked at just the regular normal gameplay yet. Because I did see on the map that there's a playground and all that sort of stuff. So there's things on the map, on this map, in this town that you've got to fix up to by supplying, all the materials and planks and all that sort of stuff. I've got no idea. I'm such a Farming Simulator noob. But I'm absolutely in love with this game. My regular audience, some of them are a little upset that we're not playing Star Citizen. I don't know if they're upset, but historically that's what we've done here for years. But I'm absolutely in love with this game. Screw Star Citizen, it's meh. This is really enjoyable, Rhino. And I will say hi in a minute once we've finished this. Obviously, we're time-lapsing this for the video. And as I've mentioned a few times, having my silly little face in the camera there is not really appropriate for the time-lapse. But once we've finished this field and this contract, we'll put the camera back on, have a bit of a chat, say howdy properly. Some of us are attempting to adapt. It's so good, Motherfig. Big Data Gaming on Twitch. How are you, my friend? We are here in Riverbend Springs. Super 5 joining us on Twitch. Howdy, yo. From mining to farming. Practically the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Instead of mining gems in Star Citizen, we're here harvesting these crops and attempting to revive my uncle's old brewery. May he rest in peace. And thank you to my aunt who didn't want to continue on the brewery. Left it to me, packed up, moved interstate to go spend time with her family and her sisters. Couldn't live here anymore after the passing of my uncle. So she left the brewery to me. I moved into town with $0. So far we've borrowed 105 grand to start getting things moving along. We've bought some pigs. We've done a few contracts. We're finishing up this guy's field. We'll go do our own oats field in a minute. It's very small. But, we're out of control. Cruise control. Cruise control. It's happening in this game too. Amazing. Cruise control will be forever the bane of my life. Zero to hero approach is great fun in this game, but loans, shame on you. Should earn your first million by contracts alone. No loans. Well, you know, that's what we're doing in the other series, Croucher's Farm. So I've got 2 series running at the moment. Croucher's Farm, which is started with no equipment, no land, can't take loans, can't lease equipment. And we're not doing too bad. We're growing a goat empire. 2,000 goats is the goal. That's my City Slicker to Farmer series. And then we've just started this one. We're filming today for episode 1 of my $0 brewery revival playthrough here at Pigs and Little. All right, so we're not going to have to dump all of this grain to finish the contract. We're only 92%. We're going to lift that up. Put this on the trailer. No, that's the wrong button. Nope, that's also the wrong button. Hey, wait a minute. That goes on the trailer. Lovely. Besides, it's not cruise control, it's curse control. Oh, dear Lord. Sorry to whoever's crop this is. All right, so we might get to keep some of this oat. Hey, we better make sure that we don't dump it all. We'll keep an eye on the percentage. Professional at work here, I see. I'm sure your neighbours love you. Well, look, they're very understanding. I am, after all, not a farmer. I guess in some ways this is also a City Slicker to Farmer scenario or series. You know, I'm so new to Farming Simulator, although I do have quite a number of hours now. You know, nothing in comparison to people that have actually played this series. But, you know, in true me fashion, I fell in love with this game in the first couple of hours of playing it. And then with less than 10 hours playing, I was like, I'm streaming this game and I'm creating a new channel called Croucher's Farm. If you want to go check out all the edited episodes there, it is pretty much this without all the rambling. Which is why it's nice to have a live stream every now and then of Farming Sim. Have a bit of a chat, have a bit of a ramble, learn, which is the most important thing at the moment, is learning. Okay. Okay. Here's our brewery up here. The old defunct brewery that my uncle used to run, which I've now taken over and rebranded as Pigs and Little. There's our little oat field there. We'll come back and harvest that in a minute. I don't think the pigs can eat the oats. I didn't see that in the pigs eat this section. But they will eat wheat and barley. Corn. CT, how are you, my friend? This is a funny return to your main Star Citizen account. We'll get back to Star Citizen at some stage. You know, no doubt there'll be some Star Citizen in the future. I was saying before, maybe when 4.2.1 goes live in a couple of weeks. It's just right now, this game is just so much more enjoyable for me. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm here to play games that I enjoy, really. And so I do appreciate, you know, those people who are regular viewers of the channel hanging out with me here as we enjoy this new game. And welcome to the new people who have been popping in. We haven't been around for all the Star Citizen content, but are here because of Farm Simulator. Welcome. And thank you. Super 5, you played lots of this in the past and like it. Hopefully one day it'll be like UE5 quality and many NPCs doing their daily stuff, etc. Well, the Rhino's been saying this game would really thrive with a different engine. At the moment, I'm still so new to this game that... Oh, we're going to leave the trailer here. I'm still so new to this game that I'm not yet sure what needs to be done to, you know, make it even better. But for me, it's fine. All right, we don't want to. We want to try not to dump all of this. Or I guess maybe we might need to. Hey, 95%. Yeah, maybe it's going to take all of it. Yeah, looks like it. 100%. Contract finished. Okay, so we got to keep a tiny amount of the oats. 1,000 litres. Which is nice. 14% of our hopper. Contract complete. Let's cash in and get paid for this contract, because we need the cash buck dollary dues. But we did manage to keep a little bit of the oats, a little over 1,000 litres, which is good. And as I've mentioned a couple of times now, I'm not entirely sure if the pigs can actually eat the oats. We do have a small oat field over at the farm at the moment, so I guess we'll try. The brewery's going to take a little bit of time to get up and operational. So I think whilst that's happening, I think getting the pigs up and running, fattening them up for sale and producing manure for the hop field is my priority at the moment. You know, having said, you know, talking about feeding these to the pigs, it probably makes sense to put this into the brewery for the moment rather than giving it to the pigs. The pig food costs $1,000 per pallet. I've no idea how much of that is going to be eaten by the pigs or how quickly. So the oats, on the other hand, you know, they take time to grow, right? Where can I pop this header? I think maybe just over here for the moment. Oh, actually, we're going to need it in just a minute. Let's just dump that there. So I think instead of feeding this to the pigs, we'll pop it into the brewery. And at least that way we start collecting the different sorts of... Who parked that there? Who built this fence so close to this dump point? I'm assuming that's going into the brewery. I guess we can check, right? Yeah, building storage. 1,000 litres of oats. So we've got a little bit of oats in here. Whoever designed this front yard, it was me, should have left a little bit more room. Maybe I'll make some modifications to that offline. Whilst it does work, I'm not entirely thrilled by it. And whoever decided parking this ute here like that was a great idea needs to be fired. All right, I'm going to get this other little field of ours harvested because it's ready to go. So we might as well get that harvested. I mean, I think we're going to get some straw out of it, but we don't have a baler or anything like that. Yeah, let's get this little field done. We've managed to afford this machine in just 2 hours. No CT, we took a massive loan. We took a massive loan. In this game, we can't lease any equipment, but we can take loans. We've started with no equipment, basically, that we can use. We've got an old tractor, but that little field could be done with a small lawnmower. Probably. But yes, this is not quite the challenge series that I've got running at the moment on Croucher's Farm. You know, the main thing here is to get this brewery operational, which is going to take quite some effort. So yes, we've borrowed 135,000 so far, I think. Massive debt. I hear your USAidian accent peeking through. Mate, it's the only way I think that we can do this is just to pile ourselves up with debt. Because, you know, in the previous challenge series, I started with 100,000. No land, no equipment, but started with 100,000 cash. In this case, you know, we've got this brewery, which, you know, cost about $1 million all up to build everything here for this series. And we do have some equipment. We've got a little truck. We've got a little water thing. We've got a super old tractor, which is kind of useless, but more thematic. But we started with $0. Which meant, and I didn't start with any equipment that would allow me to do any contracts. And I did that intentionally. Like, I didn't even own a chainsaw. So to start anything, we had to borrow $1,000 or $5,000 just to buy a chainsaw. So this game is very much more about being indebted. That's what this series is about. What's going on here? Tiny hayfield with a combine. I guess you could have talked Ninja into using a push mower. Well, this field obviously was much bigger. Well, not much bigger. No, I did place down that goat pen over there. Oh, the pig pen. The pigsty. Mother figures a numpty and unzipped all the mods into the mod folder. Well, look, you know, as a new player, I would have done the same thing. In fact, I did start to do that until I started learning how to install the mods. And they all said, don't unzip the folders. Get yourself a baler ASAP and way to mow grass as well. Losing money, leaving straw behind. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we need a baler. We'll talk about that in just a minute. All right, that's my tiny little field almost harvested. And as was being discussed in the live chat just then, I'm going to need more equipment. Again, we can't lease equipment. We started with $0 and, you know, we didn't even have any equipment that would allow us to start doing any contracts. We didn't even own a chainsaw. So we had to take a loan to buy a chainsaw. Then we've taken a loan to buy this combine and the header. This series is, I think, very much going to be about being in debt for quite some time. There's that little tractor which is kind of useless. I guess we could try and pull a little baler and a little cultivator and stuff with that tractor. Oh, hang on. Let's put let's get rid of the header first. Let's put the header back on the trailer. I like how it magically slots into its position. Yeah, the next thing at the moment, I think, is going to have to be... Dear, I don't know. It's going to be a while before the brewery's actually producing anything. I mean, we've got some oats in there right now, but we're going to need... Every recipe in there calls for at least 2 different grains, which is quite nice because beer's not just made from barley. It has different sorts of stuff in it, like wheat and oats and all that sort of stuff, depending on the style. So we have some oats. We don't own any wheat fields or anything. Corn and barley, wheat and barley, oats and sorghum. Okay, so we have a tiny oat field. We're going to need a bigger oats field. We're going to have to buy barrels until I can have my own cooperage. Who knows when that's going to happen. Before that, I'll have to have a sawmill. Wheat and barley. So the Hackleberg at the moment is the only beer that we're going to be able to produce. We've got a little bit of oat. Water's not a problem. We can get that from our water mill. To get hops growing, the hops, we're going to have to buy seed and fertilizer. I don't think there's any way that I can make seed or I can make fertilizer. But the water we can get from our windmill, the manure will eventually hopefully come from the pigs. So the seeds and the solid fertilizer. I don't think there's any way that I can make this stuff. I think that's just going to have to be purchasable. But that's going to produce the hops that we need. So there's quite some time before the brewery's going to actually be operationable. There's going to be quite some time before the brewery's operating. There's a lot that needs to be set up and put into place before that can work. I think we might just park our combine here. I think I want to go move that ute. It's really quite in the way. Or I guess the Americans would call this a truck. Let's stick it in here for the moment. The little piggies are still so young. They're 20% healthy. They've produced 65 litres of slurry. We need some straw and manure. So I guess the next thing we need to have a look at is really a baler. Baling, square balers. So it's 22 grand for this small little one. Requires a tractor with 50 horsepower. Now our tractor... whoops, my bad. Our tractor has how much horsepower? 32 horsepower. So the little crabat that we have is pretty much useless. You know, it might have been fine for Uncle back in the heyday when he was doing whatever he was doing out here. But whatever tractor he had when this brewery was actually operating is long since gone. So we're gonna need more stuff, which means more loans. Let's have a look at our finances. The loan. How much is the loan interest? It doesn't tell me. I don't think we've been paid for our contract yet, so let's get paid for that, 4,191. Gives us 8,780. All right, I'm going to have a little think about what happens next. We'll flash this a couple of times, so that while I'm scrubbing through the edit, I can see that pulsing in and out. All right, Mr. Super 5, where are we? Bumfluff, how are you, my friend? Started the brewery. Yes, indeed, we've started the brewery, Pigs and Little. $0 brewery challenge. We started with a bit of equipment here, but not much that we could have actually used, like that little tractor that my uncle left here at the brewery. We've got a fair amount of stuff here. We spent money on some pigs. I guess really the only thing that's actually able to produce right now are the greenhouses. So we got them fueled up with some water and got some lettuce growing in there. We've took a loan so we could buy a chainsaw so we could start doing some deadwood contracts. We extended out our loan and bought the combine so we could combine or harvest our oats field over there, as well as start doing some harvesting contracts. But other than that, we don't really have much to actually make money with. Make more sense if you drove harvester up in parallel with the backside of the brick building, then unloaded the pipe. It's a good idea, Super 5. That's a good idea. Yeah, I think when we're offline, I might make some tiny modifications to this front yard here. Just pull this fence back and maybe get rid of those couple of trees, and we'll just bring the fence along from here straight down, and we'll do a sneaky modification. But then again, you know, this is really designed, I suppose, to have a trailer come through here and dump things. So I might leave it from that perspective, because eventually I will have a tractor and a big trailer, and we'll be dumping things off in here. And am I playing on a server now or still single player? Bumfluff, this is single player. Rhino's been setting up a multiplayer server, which I'll have a third series running there. So we'll have Pigs and Little, City Slicker to Farmer, and then our multiplayer server. As long as I can convince and teach the ninja how to use Adobe Premiere and get her to edit these videos, then, which is fairly straightforward, which is why I want to try and keep the camera off whenever I'm time-lapsing anything. And then I'll probably put some things here on the stream deck to flash up some prompts for her. So as she's scrubbing through the footage, she can see that prompt and go, oh, actually, I need to cut everything out between that prompt and the next prompt. Just cut that out completely, merge the etc., etc. can use a forage wagon to pick up the straw and put it straight into the pig pen. Oh, a forage wagon is a good idea. Keep checking the secondhand market if there's items worth buying. Might find a baler at low cost. Yeah, well, you know, the secondhand vehicle store refreshes every month. Big Daddy, that brewery wouldn't take the hop when used it. Oh, you've used this mod before, have you, Big Daddy? And that brewery wouldn't take the hops. Okay, so that brewery wouldn't take the hop when I used it. So the brewery came with this hop mod. These were packaged up together. This mod included the brewery and the hop plantation. Wait, do I finally have a house? Cross, yeah, in this game we have a house. But on City Slicker Farmer, no. We're still homeless over there. But this property came with the brewery and the house. Okay, you'll be up for some time on the server when people are on. Yeah, check it out, Bum Fluffy. If you jump onto Discord, Rhino's got the details there. I know that he's still setting things up and, you know, tweaking and modifying it. You know, we're all still so new to Farming Simulator that jump onto Discord in the Farming Simulator section. I know that he's posted up the details there. I think he's linked the handful of mods that need to be manually downloaded. Everything else can be downloaded in game. So yeah, maybe a forage wagon. Maybe a forage wagon rather than the baler. Let's have a look. We're gonna need a tractor. Yeah, good deal. And you have to stagger a few meters home after sampling the product. Yeah, exactly. Quality assurance. We're gonna need a tractor, which means more loans. I mean, we could get this little Landini. Or, you know, do we just go, okay, look, I mean, I don't want to start really with another John Deere. I mean, we could just go straight into a medium-sized tractor. I mean, if we're going to pile ourselves up with debt, I mean, we could go straight into something like the AgroStar. This might be a good choice. 230 horsepower. I don't think it can have a front loader on it. Don't buy random stuff unless you know what you're buying. It gets expensive fast. You need a solid tractor for now, for the future, but can't afford it yet. Well, look, we can afford it. I mean, like I said, you know, this series is pretty much going to be about managing our debt whilst we try and rebuild this brewery. Otherwise, it'll just take years and years and years. And I'm already doing that over on City Slicker Farmer. That I don't want to really recreate that grinding experience that I'm already doing on that series. This series is definitely about getting the brewery back up and running. And to do that, the fastest way to do that is to go, okay, look, I'm going to pile myself up with debt. And then I have to manage that debt as I'm slowly bringing the brewery back to life. And so from that perspective, you know, I don't want to go crazy and just, you know, buy a $300,000 tractor. Maybe something like a Voltra. Reverse driving. What the hell is all this stuff? Engine setup. Oh, okay, so this boosts our... What the... Oh, dear Lord. What the Dear Lord. door setup, panorama window, second door. There are caps on how much loan you can take. The more land you own, the more debt you can have. Aha, that's pretty sweet. I think the lowest limit is 500k and goes up with each piece of land you buy. Okay. The Vulture is quite a lot of tractor for the money if you like its design. Quite few modifications possible too. It looks crazy. Front loader attachment. We definitely want something that can have a front loader on it. Fuel tank setup. Plastic, stainless steel. What the hell, man? Or we can go with this Massey Ferguson. We've already got the Massey Ferguson combine. This can have a front loader. It's only 155 horsepower. It can go up to 210 for an extra 16 grand. I don't know what the difference between the front loader attachments are. I don't think there really is any. Interior setup, efficient or exclusive? I think the exclusive looks way better and that chair looks more comfortable. And I'd love to have a tractor. Amazing. We can put wheel weights on this one. We can put wide tires, narrow tires, rear narrow thin wheels, narrow twin wheels. Look at this. That's a machine. Rear twin wheels, standard. Okay, so the Macy's going to cost us 178 grand. This is the first time I've actually had to, really think about what I'm doing. In the other series, in City Slicker to Farmer, I've just been making decisions on the fly and get this and get that and do that. But, this time things are a little bit different. Think seems like a hard task for you. This starting to sound more and more like Star Citizen. Like to have that better ship tractor. What's the difference? Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? Again, I don't want this to be a huge grind. I'm already doing that over on the other series. And the multiplayer is going to be somewhat similar, right? Okay, so let's have a look at the forage wagons to be under grass care, right? So even one of the little ones, 60 horsepower. I mean, the little tractor that we've got is useless. It's nice to have. Maybe we should chrome it and hang it up in the brewery. Amazing. A forage wagon collects grass, hay, or straw. It can also be filled with chaff. Lurks in the shadows, only steps out into the light to strike it at his foes. You go, Slash. You go, mate. So, we need a tractor. We need a proper tractor. Now, we could start with a small tractor. Excuse me, something like the Massey Ferguson, right? Or a Fendt 500 Vario. But then we're really getting up there, aren't we? There's the little Volvo, the Crabat. There's only 95 horsepower. And we can boost it to 130. I don't know what to do. I'm honestly... I mean, I've got to think, really, this is a $0 challenge, right? But we've already taken a whole bunch of loans. So really, is it $0? Super 5, you would have gone with a medium tractor to cover more options with a higher horsepower. Here's the thing. Let's say in this first month is the only time that I can take a loan. Right? No more loans. The bank will give us one loan and that's it. That way, you know, I can borrow whatever the minimum is or the maximum is at this point, 500 grand or whatever it is. I've started with zero money, which we did. Taken a massive loan, and then I need to manage that loan. I like that idea. Because that way it eliminates, oh, well, I'll just take another loan. I'll just take another loan. Oh, I'll just take another loan. I still want it to be a challenge. I mean, we can't lease equipment. That's fine. But just being able to take loan after loan after loan, from what I've seen, the loans don't really have a huge impact, right? Can only loan up to $1 million, says Rhino. I mean, for the other challenge, I had a very clear idea of what I wanted to do, right? And it was based on series like the one that Syrup is doing and you know, the one that Daggerwin is doing with his $0 challenge. You know, start with the bare minimum and just go. But this one's different, right? I've started with this brewery that's already quite established, but still missing a whole bunch of its pipeline. If you're allowed to take loans, then I'd max out the loan right away and get sensible equipment for whatever it is the gameplay, as we do in real life. I'm not a farmer, but family owned 2 farms we sold off. All right. Let's say we've moved to town, got this brewery from my uncle and auntie. I'm such a farming simulator noob, and I'm not a farmer, that we can take out one loan, of which we've already dipped a little bit into that. So the maximum loan of say 500 grand. And that's it. Then we've got that to get this brewery up and running. And for that, a medium tractor would make more sense. And looking at something that's, relatively affordable, so we're not just rapidly eating, like spending 267 grand on a tractor. But starting with something that's going to give us some capability. So what have we got? We've got the AgroStar at 89. And then we've got the Kubota at 153. We've got this little Macy at 150. Again, I want to keep an eye on the used vehicles. So, oh, well, here we go. Here's a Zeta, which is 171 horsepower. It can't be upgraded. Okay, it's got a front loader. It's 171 horsepower. This could be a good option, just to start with. It's 41% or something off. Yeah, 41% off. A tractor is your number one main tool to do anything. That's why you want a good one. Mm-hmm. The Zeta might be a good idea. This baler, 275 horsepower, is way too big for us. I mean, these big monsters, 287 horsepower, 281 to 301. I mean, we do want an upgrade path. We don't just want to start with the biggest and best. We do want an upgrade path. So I think we need to really limit ourselves. Let's have a look what the loans have in it. Repay 5 grand, borrow. Okay, so it doesn't tell me how much I can borrow, right? Rhino was saying $1 million is the max. We've got the combine and that header to do harvesting contracts. The little tractor is useless. That's just something that we have at the front of the brewery. Let's stick it out the front, like all old farms have an old tractor sort of staged out the front, right? Kind of like this one has got that old wagon there. Let's put this out the front too. Oh, that reverse is incredibly slow. There we go. It's now become a set piece. I'm really struggling here, I've got to admit. I really didn't think about this too much more than other than I want to have this brewery running. Let's go. I don't want to just be borrowing and whenever I want money. Oh, I guess that's the whole point of being able to borrow money, but not being able to lease. I'm going to move that trailer while I'm contemplating. I mean, at the end of the day, I can't get this brewery running for quite some time anyway. Unless filthy rich farmers tend to have quite a lot of loans. So to be realistic, yeah, that's true. I really wish I could get my head tracking set up nicely. But sadly, it lacks the setup that Star Citizen has. All right. I'll get back into it. So I've spent a fair amount of time thinking, having a chat with the live chat about what to do. And I'm still not sure. All I know is that we're going to have to somehow get more money to keep things moving along. Right now, we've got the ability to do harvesting contracts, and we've got our greenhouses that'll be producing lettuce. As for taking out loads more loans, I'm not 100% sure. I still want this to be a challenge, right? And I guess at this point, it already is a challenge because I'm not sure if I want to just take out more loans and just buy everything I need. Get an awesome tractor and a cool baler and, all that sort of stuff. Or if we grind our way through things. Check out that little folly over there. What's that? Some sort of silo tank? I think what we might do is I might take one more loan. We really need a tractor. We need a proper tractor. And in my other series, I've been able to start with some money to buy a little John Deere. In this one, we took a loan and bought that combine. So what we might do is I'll take another loan. We've loaned 145 grand. So let's say we can, in this series, loan up to a maximum of 300 grand, and that's it. I don't know if I like that. What is the time? It is almost 5 o'clock. This greenhouse has water. This greenhouse has water. I'm so conflicted. I think for episode 1, here on our Brewery Revival series, I'm so torn about what to do. Mostly because I already have my Hardcore Challenge series running over on City Slicker Farmer. That I don't necessarily want to recreate that experience here. And I do know that I've got a huge amount of work ahead in terms of being able to get this brewery operational. In terms of all the different, grains and stuff that we're going to need. We're going to have stuff producing money for us. We're going to need an income source because we're going to have to buy sugar. I don't know how to manufacture sugar. I guess we could have some sugar cane fields and all that sort of stuff. That will be in the far future, when this brewery is fully, vertically integrated and I've got everything I need to run it. But to begin with, to buy our first field, which will probably be this one over here, eventually merge all of these fields, 34, 35, and 44, into one big field. I don't just want to borrow the money. There is a nice tractor that's for sale in the used vehicle sale at the moment. This Zeta. It's 41% off. I don't know what to do, honestly. I'm going to continue to think about it. And by the time I've done that, we'll be coming back in September for what will probably be then episode 2. In the meantime, I'm going to jump back into the live chat. If you want to come and join me again, there's links in the video description. If you've made it this far in this first episode of Pigs and Little, our brewery revival series, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed it as I bumble my way through learning Farming Simulator 25. Farm Citizen, that was amazing. And I shall see you in the next episode, either here at the Pigs and Little Brewery, or perhaps over on Croucher's Farm with my other series, City Slicker to Farmer. Until then, I'll see you next time. Right. Use both Track Eye R5 and a Toby Eye head tracker in these games. Feels so much more natural being first person. The only thing that I don't like, Super 5, about the Toby at the moment is it's purely an eye tracker. I can't see anything in the setup to have it tracking my head. Because, I love being in the cab and being in first person. It's so nice. But I can't see a way to get my Toby, set up in the same way that I can, set it up in other games. All right, whilst I contemplate what to do, and just so I'm not boring the next episode, I don't mind boring you guys. Suckers! Might just run around and, do a couple of water trips while we have a little discussion. Or while I contemplate what I'm doing. Man, I'm not used to driving something so quick. I don't want this series to be too easy. I just don't want to start with a heap of money and then buy a whole bunch of new fields, and I want it to be, still a challenge, right? But grinding our way up to being able to afford, even just a starting tractor. Is not something I want to be doing. In City Slicker to Farmer, we're still, after a year and a half, on our little John Deere, on our $45,000 starter tractor. The grind is already real enough there. So I don't mind a bit of a grind. So maybe I'll say that we can take a loan, but after that, we're not able to take any more loans until we've paid off the previous loan. That I wouldn't have an issue with. And obviously, we don't want to I think Rhino was saying the maximum loan we can take is $1 million, and somebody else had mentioned, I think it was Super 5, that oh no, Bumfluff was saying that, you know, the size of the loan that you can take is determined by the properties that you own. But I'm thinking I might say that the bank will loan me up to 300 grand. It's already loaned me 145, right? So we can borrow, you know, what's that? You know, another 155 grand. And then once that's been paid off, we can take another loan. That sits well with me. I mean, it's not exactly a zero to hero series, or, you know, a start with nothing challenge, because we've started with this cool brewery and these greenhouses and all that sort of stuff. I'm so confused. All right, while I continue to fill up all of these water vessels, the multiplayer series. Rhino's been setting up a multiplayer server. What do I do there? Are you still around, Rhino? If you're still around, you said you changed the map, right? So does that mean, you know, it's a new multiplayer server? Because I did log in last night and got myself a farm, the orange one. So does that mean, you know, we start with well, I mean, I don't own any property in that. Or did I buy something? No, I didn't. No, I bought a tractor. That's right. You don't start with any land or anything, right? So what's the concept behind the multiplayer then? I guess from my perspective, speaking as a content creator. Content creator. Sounds so pretentious. Q comment from Slash. Hey boy. Is it just a casual place to do things in a multiplayer environment? I don't know. Oh, this is one of the things that I love about this game. In some ways, it's kind of very much like gem mining, right? Just point and click, chill out. Yeah, in the multiplayer, you can have one farm you all work on or on separate farms. I mean, you've gone to all this effort, Rhino, to set up the server and everything. I think it'd be nice to have like a big cooperative farm where as a community we can all just be involved in the same thing rather than having a multiplayer server where we all have our own independent farms. And I'm saying that from the perspective that I already have 2 save games with, you know, my own independent farm where I'm, you know, creating these series. That it would be nice to have, you know, a big cooperative farm where people can log in and log out and go, oh, that field needs to be harvested, and, you know, go and do that. And, you know, we all work together on this one big property. There's no Tim Tams left. Damn it, she found them. And what do you want to do with your multiplayer server, Rhino? I've got to say, this is something that I really enjoy, just driving backwards and forwards. And this is actually quite convenient with my windmill right there. Just filling up my water tanks. You know, I do that every now and then on the other series. You know, drive down to the little pond, just do laps backwards and forwards. Whatever, you can start a farm and give permission. So on these multiplayer servers, you said it's an 8-person server, right? Does that mean that there can only be 8 people who can join that server? Or does that mean that there can be 8 farms? But there could be, you know, how do I explain this properly? So there can only be 8 people online at a time. Okay, right. So, right. So other people can join that server, but they may not be able to get on because there's already 8 people online. But there may be, say, 20 people. I'm just trying to understand how things work. Might be 20 people involved in that community and who log into that multiplayer server, but only at any one time, 8 people can be online. And of those people who are involved, there's only 8 farms available, right? So let's say all 8 farms have been claimed, but, you know, there's other people who, you know, don't own a farm. They just work at a farm. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? Yes. I is learning. I need to pave this track, otherwise it's just going to end up as a muddy mess. All right, so I think in episode 2, we might come in and say, listen, I've spoken to the bank. The bank's prepared to give me a loan. $500,000 loan. But they're not prepared to extend that loan or loan any additional funds until the loan is fully repaid. Now, we dropped some water along the way. Where the hell did that go? I didn't think we needed to water these pigs. Can we do a full lock? Haha, we can. Laid that out nicely. Okay, so for example, Rhino, I can log in there, buy a piece of land, and then other people who might want to log in, I can give them permission to work on my land. They might also have their own farm, right? But I can give them permission to work on my farm, right? That's correct. Yes. Okay, cool. Super 5, last time you hosted a FS25 server, the cap of max players per time was 16, but maximum of 8 farms. Colored with an icon in-game. The cap is whatever you pay for. Okay, gotcha. Because I'm quite happy. I know that you've... Oh, that's the wrong button. I mentioned this, I think it was last night. Thanks to the amazing support and generosity that I've had here at After Dark. I'm quite happy to set up and pay for a multiplayer server. For the After Dark community to mess about in. I don't imagine that there's going to be huge numbers of people playing on there simultaneously. But I'm far more excited about a farming simulator multiplayer server than, multiplayer in Star Citizen. Again, simply from the perspective that, Star Citizen, I don't know. It's a wonderful game and it's aesthetically beautiful and it has so much potential. But at the moment, I don't, and I've been saying this now for the last couple of streams, I don't see the point. There's no purpose. And even, when I've been watching Space Tomato talk about the game, and he's like, what's the purpose? There's no reason to anything at the moment. And I understand that they're trying to build in, their story arc and all that sort of stuff. And considering network tech, map size, etc., you probably don't want more than 8-ish players anyways. The standard maps is space-wise more fitting. 1 to 2 farms max, though. I don't know. I just like the idea of being cooperative. I like a cooperative. We're all working together and, on growing a big farm, on developing a big farm. I've got my 2 series here, Cities to Get a Farmer and Brewery Revival, to mess about and do my own thing. But being able to jump into a server, it's giving me very much, it's so weird. It's giving me very much Neverwinter Nights vibes. Where I used to play on a server that had 40 people max, right? And I had a character in that game and I had a reputation on that server for our faction. There were 2 factions, let's just call them good and evil. Or A and B or red and blue or whatever you want. On my team. as the weaponsmith. You know, I'd spent so long on that server maxing out all of my stats, all of my mining stats, my crafting stats, my forging stats. I was the only player on my team on our server. Good side, bad side, light side, whatever you want. Who would just spend hours in the mines, just click, 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 watching something, click, click, and maxing up all of my stats. That I was the only one who was capable of mining the really hard elements and minerals, and I could forge the best weapons and the best armor. That whenever I came online, everyone was like, Thorgrim, I fucking need this axe, I need this, I need that. And I'd be like, yes, I'm here, let's go. I need an escort because I was a terrible fighter. I need an escort to the mines to go collect all this crap, you know, the materials that everybody wants their stuff made from. And then, you know, we'd get a whole crew together of 7 or 8 warriors who'd spent time fighting, right, to protect me from the other players on the server and from the, you know, creepy crawlies in the mines and stuff. And I'd sit there and mine everything. And then the tanks would help haul everything out, and, you know, the warriors would protect me, and it was so much fun. That this concept of a multiplayer farm is giving me the same sort of vibes. Is that, you know, I can log on, and as the farm continues to develop, you know, we can go, okay, well, Crouch is here, or whoever is here. That means we've got 3 combines. I mean, in a multiplayer server, can other people drive other people's equipment? Or if I own a combine, I'm the only one that can drive that combine? I'm assuming that's not how it works, because when I've been watching Daggerwind's multiplayer series with Chainsaw 100, they can both drive the different sorts of equipment. So I'm assuming it's just farm equipment, right? The equipment is owned by the farm, and whoever has permission on that farm can use that equipment. That sounds good to me. Supervive co-op games are far more fun with friends, etc. Usually we ran with a cap of 4 farms on the map that I'm on now. That is kind of too much in a way. Once you start scale up with more fields and owners, etc. Yeah. The only problem you're seeing, Rhino, is you have to be online to give permissions. Well, I mean, that's just something we can handle in Discord, right? Someone can say, hey, listen, can I have permissions to join the farm, please? And then next time you're online, you can go, yep, well, we'll do that. And then, you know, post back in Discord saying, I've given you permission to freaking use the farm. You can log in now. And if someone wants to start playing and you're not available, well, then they just have to wait, right? The landlord is not available. You had some great moments, Super 5, in Farming Simulator 25. And rule sets like start with 0 money, no loans, no take contracts, play realistically, so no supersonic driving, crop destruction on, etc. First to have $10 million farm gets a 40/70 or whatever price it was. That's crazy. Yeah, that sort of stuff is super fun. Man, I'm not used to something that accelerates so quickly. Yeah, I do enjoy driving around sensibly on the roads and between crops. Like, I don't drive across crops. I mean, we did trample that other dude's crop just around the corner as we were going down to get some water. But, you know, honestly, officer, it just looked like grass. So on this multiplayer server, if I set up a farm, do I give people permission to use my farm, Rhino, or do you? No idea. This is a 200,000 litre tank that I'm filling up with a 2,000 litre tank. Amazing. This is certainly something that I do, you know, a couple of episodes of Clarkson's Farm. I just sit here and do trips back and forward. Let's have a look and see how big this tank is. Yes, 200,000 litres. Use some realistic economy mods that reduced payment for contracts to a fraction, etc., and similar for governmental subsidies. Realism being key. Yeah, you know, I'm after. You know, I think Star Citizen is a long way away from being that online multiplayer, semi-cooperative environment that Neverwinter Nights
Did you
was
know
for me.
why we drink water? Because
Yeah,
we
that's a
can't
good
eat
idea.
it.
Thank you. Wait, crap. I think that game's a long way away from being able to scratch that itch that I've been searching for ever since, you know, Neverwinter Nights, you know, ever since people stopped playing Neverwinter Nights. That I can totally see a multiplayer cooperative farm here in this game giving me that sense of purpose, that feeling of community and you know, involvement and, you know, shared response or a shared responsibility of ownership and, you know, things to do and, you know, and so I love the idea of, you know, really having, you know, a level of realism and, you know, not just driving, you know, across fields to get to another location and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, obviously I think you'll always have people who do that, but, you know, yeah, but it does seem that there's quite a few people here in the Crouch Potatoes who have played this game before. In my opinion, with Farming Simulator series, is once you get a farm going, get the gear, fields, etc., it loses that purpose you're after. You need a fresh start now and then, trying different things. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, that's the wonderful thing, though, right? That's I guess that's the reason behind all these different challenge series and stuff. Is that yes, when you get to a point where that purpose is lost, then 100% you need to say, okay, well, we start again on a different map or with different rules, or, you know. And I think that's what I was saying earlier in the stream about, you know, if you wanted to play this game, there needs to be a sense of purpose, right? This is what I'm trying to achieve. I'm going to buy every field on the map, or I'm going to start with nothing and, you know, finish with $10 million. Yeah, exactly. I like that idea, Super 5. All right, I think that freaking hop farm, which isn't actually producing anything at the moment, has enough water in it. more water. Like you can set yourself a goal of not owning any equipment requiring more than a 200 horsepower tractor, and that would limit what you can use of gear and that sort. Limits how big fields you can have, etc. Yeah, exactly. And that's, I guess, part of the reason for, well, not part of the reason, but I think that's one of the things that I enjoy about my City Slicker Farmer series, is that, you know, it is the default based game. No mods, you know, although there are a handful, 2 specifically. One for screenshots and the other one, I can't remember what it does. But they don't affect the game at all. You know, it's purely just a vanilla experience. Calypsia, how are you? Oh, crash. I'm very well, thank you. We've started... We're just messing about now. Episode 1 is over. But we've started our Brewery Revival, Pigs and Little series. We're here at the brewery, just filling up all these greenhouses and having a bit of a chat in a gas bag. We might film episode 2 shortly. Hey Ninja, it's 12 o'clock, darling. It's time for bed, darling. Ninja, it's 12 o'clock, darling. It's time for bed, darling. So yeah, we've started our series. We've started with this farm that was bequeathed to me by my auntie. She didn't want to run it after my uncle passed. And so she has bequeathed me this farm. We started with this truck and this water barrel and obviously the farm's, you know, infrastructure but zero money. We immediately had to take a $5,000 loan so we could buy a chainsaw. So we could start doing at least some deadwood contracts. And then we took another loan of 140 grand to buy this combine harvester and a header. And then I got all confused and uncertain. Bequeathed. She did bequeath me the farm. Good night, my love. I'm filling up water tanks. This is what you'll have to do when we move to the farm, darling. The farm. Gonna buy a farm, darling. Yeah, you're gonna learn to drive a tractor and fill up.
Which one is it going to buy? What?
That's right.
This is back right now. Not going to
Yeah, that's well. How do you think we're gonna start a chocolate factory? We gotta have a farm and we gotta have cows, dairy cows. You're gonna have to learn to drive a tractor. Gonna make the kid do all the farm work for you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to be your editor and like
Well, where else are you supposed to get food from?
the groceries store.
That's weird. You're a freak. So it's a farming simulator, right? Right now, I'm just filling up water tanks. It's just one of those jobs that needs to be done, and you know, it's just quite repetitive. I've got a very small water tank. I need to buy a bigger water tank, but I don't have any money. So to earn,
What, $8,000?
I know, but it's not enough to buy a bigger water tank. And so to get money, I either need to produce stuff on my farm to sell, or I need to go and do contracts for other people on their farms. So jobs that they need doing on their farm, I can go do those jobs for them, and they pay me some cash buck dollary dues. For a bigger water tank, I think the next biggest size water tank is 16 grand. Yeah, I'm halfway there. Yeah, but that's not bad. But then I also need other equipment. Like I need a tractor. I don't really have a good tractor. A good tractor is going to cost, 200 grand. So, yeah, the game's just about, doing farm work to earn money, to be able to do farm work.
So what's the point of it?
Well, that's what we were discussing in chat, right? What's the point of the game? Well, the point of this game, of this series, is to get that brewery that's over there up and running. And to get that brewery up and running, I need to buy a whole bunch of land. We need to plant wheat, crops, barley, all that sort of stuff. What Dad's trying to say is we poor. We're very poor. We got a great brewery, but we can't really afford to run it. All right, sweetheart. Have a good night, darling. Do some reading, please. Go to bed and do some reading. Poor could be filthy rich in no time, just taking on tons of contract jobs with their equipment. This is true. Stupid rules. Maybe there should be no rules for this playthrough. The objective being getting this brewery up and running. That's the objective, right? That's, what am I talking about? I don't know why I'm trying to make things so complicated and difficult. The objective is to get this brewery up and running. Whether I take loans or lease things, I need a bigger water trailer, indeed. 100%. Why does it need to be a $0 challenge, Crouch? Why does it need to be no bank loans? Why does it need to be no freaking, leasing of equipment? The objective is to get this brewery operational. That's the objective. The whole point of freaking, City Slicker to Farmer is that, the grind. Can't take loans, can't lease equipment. Why does this need to be the same? It shouldn't be. They're two entirely different things. That one is about the grind. This one is about getting the brewery up and running. Just move the water pump right next to the water drop-off area and let it funnel into it. Yeah, maybe. That might be the thing, yeah? Sounds like a good upgrade. And yes, I don't know why pipes haven't been run here. Maybe there is a pipe mod. Zero as in zero money, zero loan to hero $1 million plus is a bit more challenging, but so much more rewarding. Well, that's what's happening over on City Slicker to Farmer, right? That's what I'm doing with that series. Downloads pipes mods. It's not the pipe mods you're looking for. So if no rules, then taking $1 million loan, buy some windmills to get money per month, and then sleep for a few months is quite a bit of nice cash. Yeah, so I might say no loans, right? No loans, but we can lease equipment to do contracts. That to me sounds way better, because taking loans just makes things easy. Again, you don't have to pay a loan back. There's no minimum monthly repayment on the loan outside of the interest. And the interest really doesn't seem to be a great deal. I was watching Syrup series, and he took a $100,000 loan and the repayments were $333 a month. The interest. That's pretty manageable. So on a bigger loan, obviously, you know, the interest repayments are much bigger. I started this series with the concept of getting this brewery operating, which means we need to buy fields and all that sort of stuff. And to do that, we need to be able to earn money. And to be able to earn money, we either need equipment to be able to earn that money, which we didn't have and don't have any money to buy that equipment, or we can do contracts. I don't know. Let's dump the rest of this in here. All right, that's enough waterworks for the moment. No point dumping water into that brewery, and we definitely need a freaking bigger water tank. In the past Super 5, we've done $0 cash / loans. Do contracts only until you have X dollar earned, like 500K or $1 million. Then you can buy your own equipment. Vina, how are you joining us on Twitch? There is a placeable water well with shed. Input little fuel and out comes water that it distributes. Might have to have a look at that. It's a mod. Alrighty, that's our waterworks done. Alright, so I've really got to confirm with myself primarily. And your input here, chat, has been very helpful. The purpose, or the parameters, I guess. I mean, the purpose is to get this brewery back up and running. To do that, we need to buy all the land that's over there, start growing crops and all that sort of stuff. To do that, we need cash buck dollary dues. Now, I just don't want to borrow the money to do that. That sounds really boring. So I think instead of saying we can take loans but not lease equipment, we should flip those around and say no loans. The bank doesn't know who I am, but I can lease people's equipment. Everyone around here knows. I can't remember what I called them. Let me have a quick look. Hey. I can't alt tab out anymore. Let me have a quick look here. I don't know. I gave uncle and auntie names in the freaking YouTube description. Uncle Lewis and Aunt Gable. So everyone knew Uncle Lewis and Aunt Gable around here, so they're quite happy for me to use their equipment to do their jobs around the property. However, whilst the bank might have known Uncle Lewis and Aunt Gable, they don't know me. And they know that I've taken on a brewery which is not functional. And they're not prepared to loan me any equipment. Ta-da! I like that idea way better. Well with shed to extract water from aquifers of your farm and distribute it to productions and greenhouses. And you sent me a PM on Discord. Thanks, Slash. Another twist is having someone set up what gear you're allowed to start with and the scenario with a rule set and you go with that. Yeah, there's so many possibilities. See, I'm not always just a troll, mostly. But sometimes I give you a little nugget of hope for better times. Well, thank you, Slashy. I appreciate you, mate. All right, so I think I've decided. No more loans. The bank has given me a loan, and I decided to buy a chainsaw and a combine and a header. The bank has given me no more loans. However, people here in the beautiful town of Riverbend Springs are more than happy to allow me to use their equipment to do their jobs, which I'm really excited about because I'm already doing over on freaking City Slicker to Farmer series, the no loans and no leasing. But I want to do all these other contracts, right? You know, I want to do the stone picking. I want to do, you know, all of these other things that I haven't been able to do. Like this was the first time I've used a combine in this game in the 70 hours or whatever I've put into it so far. Never used a combine before. I want to do all that sort of stuff. So in this series, that sounds way better to me. The bank's not going to give me any more money because I'm a liability. Whereas everybody knows Uncle Lewis and Aunt Gable, and they're like, oh, their nephew, yeah, uncle, my uncle. I am the nephew. Lewis's nephew's in town. He's taking over the brewery. Let's help him. No more rule changes equals start over. Well, we can't start over. We just modify the conditions. He would. No, we are where we are. I just didn't understand what the bank was talking to me about before. They were like, yep, we're prepared to give you a loan. And so I took a loan and bought some stuff, and then I went back to the bank and they said, hey, listen, we gave you a loan. What you did with that is up to you. There's no more loans. Figure it out. And so I've gone around town. We went around. And we've spoken to everyone around here and said, hey, listen, you know my uncle, you know my auntie. Check out this weird place. This is a fun farm. I've taken over the brewery. Got any jobs that need doing? Well, in fact, Croucher, we do. We have a job that needs to be done. Do you know how to drive a tractor? Barely. Okay, great. Don't crash into anything. Go and do this. We just modified conditions to fit our needs. Riverbend Springs. Riverbend Springs. Back to the brewery. Back to the brewery. What do we do about this mess? All right, lovely. I might have a quick bio break. What's the time? It's 12:20. We're on a late shift tonight. Oh, fuck. When am I working tonight? Better find out. It's 7:30 on 9. It could be 7. It could be 7:30. It could be 9. Who the hell knows? I haven't checked my roster for this week. But we're on a late shift tonight, so we've got time to do another episode or two of Brewery Revival. And I'm very happy now that I've figured that out. No more loans. The banker said no. You're a liability. But the neighbors have said, welcome, Crouchy, to Riverbend Springs. Please don't crash my tractor. That harvester and the header, that combine and the header is worth 700 grand. Please don't damage anything. But if you could, harvest my corn for me. Happy days. Yes. Let's go. All right, quick bio break. I shall be returning in just but a minute. And we can get on with episode 2. Now that I know what I'm doing. Yes. See, chat, we did it together. Okay, community. Holding hands and singing Kumbaya. Ha-ha! Let's go. There will be no singing.
Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Let's do this thing. Do a bailing contract. Borrow a baler and bail your stuff first. I think that's a great idea. I think the payment is way too much versus realistic. Here I live, it'd be like 2,500 instead, maybe 5K if lucky. There will be no singing. 250K for a few collectibles is actually a decent medium tractor, and I doubt museums easily give that away. I don't know anything about the collectibles. But I'm assuming that there's collectibles that you can find that are worth cash buck dollary doos. All right, let's get into episode 2. We might fast forward, actually. Let's go sleep until September. Oh, that sounds so nice. Why can't I go to sleep until September? Let's wake up September. Let's get up at 6:30. We have a house to sleep in. It's so good. Collectibles are spread out around the map for you to discover and get cash buck dollar dues in return to build a farming museum of sorts. It's amazing. Oh, holy crap. $2,000 property maintenance. Didn't think about that. Okay, so be it. Yeah, finally Crouch isn't homeless. All right. Let's go. G'day everyone. Welcome back to Pigs and Little, my brewery revival series here in Farming Simulator 25. We are live. We are still live over on Crouch After Dark, both on Twitch and YouTube. And if you do want to join me live and get involved in the chat and the people, carrying on down there, yeah, there's links in the video description. I'd love to have you in the live chat. We've been having an interesting discussion about my objectives for this series and, my confusion after the last episode about bank loans and equipment and leasing stuff and, getting this brewery back up and operating. And I've finally figured out, after having gone back to the bank and said I want to borrow some more money, and the bank said, no, Mr. Crouchy. Nobody knows who you are here. At the bank, you've taken on a brewery that's currently inoperable. You're a massive liability. No more loans, Mr. Crouch. But my uncle and auntie, Uncle Lewis, Aunt Gable. Yes, we know them. We know them quite well. But Mr. Crouchy, we don't know you. No more bank loans. So after that disappointing news, I quickly ran around town, spoke to some of my neighbors, and said, you guys know my uncle and auntie, Uncle Lewis and Aunt Gable? Yes, Crouch, we know them very well. Well, I've taken over the brewery, and I'm trying to get it back up and running. Pigs and Little. I've got some new pigs in the pen. They need food, and I need cash buck dollary dues. And so they said, listen, Mr. Crouchy, we have jobs that need to be done. And we have no people to do those jobs. As long as you promise not to destroy our equipment, please go ahead and use it. To earn that cash buck dollary dues that you need to be able to get Pigs and Little back up and running again, because we all require beer. And so I said, thank you. I shall take you up on that opportunity of leasing your equipment to do your contracts, because the bank here at Riverbend Springs was very happy to loan me some money to buy a combine, but they don't want to loan me any more. So being able to lease your equipment to do your contracts would be very, very helpful. And so with that in mind, we are here in September for episode 2 of Brewery Revival here at Pigs and Little. Our greenhouses are producing some lettuce. In between the episodes here live over at Crouch After Dark, we did spend quite a significant amount of time running around in our tiny little 2,000 litre water cartage trailer thing and filled up our greenhouses, which have produced, as I see, some lettuce, which we shall cart off somewhere at some stage to sell. So we have some produce. We have pigs. Let's check on the pigs. Let's see how much they've eaten. The pigs are costing us money at this point in time. 853 litres of food. They need some straw, which we cut in our little oats field here, which is currently looks like it's got some weeds in it, some small weeds. We've got some straw in the field, which is just going to go to waste unless we can bale all of that up or somehow gather it to give to the piggies so they can be comfortable. But I'm excited, in the words of Big Kev. And if you're not Australian, then you don't know who Big Kev is. That's completely understandable. I'm excited. So I guess the first thing we need to do is find ourselves a contract that requires a baler or some sort of forage wagon or something. And as it was suggested in the live chat, again, if you do want to come and join me, links in the description to the live chat, to the live channel, I should say, Crouch After Dark, either on YouTube or on Twitch. Please, I would love to have you there to help me learn Farming Simulator 25. Again, I'm a noob. They suggested taking a contract that requires some baling and borrow that baler to bale up the straw on my field and then go and complete that contract. So I think that's a fantastic idea. I'm not sure if it's going to work. Here we go. A baling contract over at field 45. It's next door more. Katie to the rescue. She works down at the animal dealers. We met her earlier on in episode 1. She got 4.4 acres with some square bales. She's going to let me use her equipment for $519, including a beautiful tractor. I don't own a tractor. Well, I do, but it's more of a museum piece. And her baler. And she's right next door. And she's going to pay me almost $5,000 to bale up her field. I think that's a very wonderful opportunity. We've also got some deadwood. Never seen a deadwood contract to cut down 16 trees before. So we've got some contracts that we can do, right? And again, the wonderful, well, I guess now my neighbors here in Riverbend are quite happy for me to use their equipment, of which I'm very appreciative. So let's help bail up Katie's field. I want to borrow these items. The lease machines are waiting for you at the shop. Remember to fill the tools if needed. Okay. So they're not at Katie's farm, which to me seems a little strange. They are at the shop. I'm wondering... Oh, there's my forklift. I'm actually wondering if I can use this equipment on my property or if it's going to give me some sort of error or some sort of warning saying it's not, you can't use this on this piece of land. So I guess we shall find out. Let's head back across the river. We'll duck past Pigs and Little. We'll see if we can bail up our field, and if we can, that will be wonderful. But otherwise, we'll head on down to Katie's field and go do the contract. What? Since when can you borrow equipment be used on fields outside of mission areas? I don't think it can. Like Calypsia says, it'll probably give me a warning. I don't know. It would be sweet though. That's not a baler. No, it's for bale wrapping. Bummer. Plus you might run out of wrapping. And it's just been pointed out in the chat, which you can see down there on the bottom left. This is not a baler. This is a bale wrapper. So I don't think we're going to be able to bail up our own field. There was also some speculation in the live chat about whether you could actually use leased equipment on a field outside of the actual contract, which I don't think you're going to be able to do, as Super5 says. What? Since when can borrowed equipment be used on fields outside of mission areas? So the straw that we have in the field may just unfortunately go to waste, unless we can get a rake or something like that. There's other ships crossing. Oh, good Lord, really? 462 days later. Well, let's wait for this barge to cross, and then we'll head past Katie's place and bail that up. It'll earn us a little bit of cash buck dollary dues. Maybe we can do enough contracts today, this month, to be able to buy like a little forage wagon or a baler or something. We'll see. I'll take it out of my paycheck. No! I need my cash buck dollary dues. Look at this barge. Yeah, so I think if we do a couple of contracts, we'll certainly be able to be able to afford our own equipment relatively quickly, which will be wonderful. Do I have a front loader on my tractor? I don't even have a tractor slash. If so, you could just rent a bucket and relocate it elsewhere into a neat little piles. We don't even have a tractor, man. Well, We do have a tractor, but it doesn't have a front loader on it. It's a museum piece. If you play on a dedicated server, what we did in the past was have one player as a GM and a GM farm with equipment that could be leased. It'd be up to the GM to deal with the practical part of that, of course. Think of it as a farmer who borrows equipment from another farmer. Be yourself a farmer. I do not. Not yet. Not yet. We're a long way from being a farmer. Let's go do some baling. Let's earn ourselves a bit of cash buck dollary deuce. I mean, even the little tractor that we've got can't even use a baler. I don't even think it can pull the forage wagon. I mean, that tractor's from the previous century. So are you. It's true. It's very true. I really enjoy these baling contracts. It's nice just, you know, zipping around the field, picking up all these things. Okay. Practice is required. Practice is required. At this rate, he'd be lucky if he gets permits to operate a lawnmower within the first year. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some time. Yeah, the first thing we need to buy is a proper tractor. And I think at this stage, you know, we might be back to, you know, the John Deere, right? 45 grand for the basic John Deere. I mean, this contractor is going to pay us 5 grand minus the leasing fees, which I think we're about $700 or something. So we've got quite a few contracts that we need to do in terms of being able to buy ourselves a tractor. So I think we are back to just starting with the little John Deere. It's done me fine over on City Slicker Farmer. Man, the engineering and the technology behind modern farm equipment is so incredible. Like this wrapping machine, right? Imagine having to wrap these bales by hand. I really enjoy this baler that gets pulled behind the tractor. The one that goes on the front is neat, but this is really cool. Obviously, you could couple them up with the one on the front and do two at the same time. Improve your efficiencies. But this one's quite nice to use. So this was Katie's field that we were trespassing on earlier on when we were coming to collect water from the river before I figured out how my windmill worked. We must send her some beer when we've got beer as a way of apologising for destroying some of her crop. All right, lovely. Big thanks to Katie for letting us use her equipment to bail up this field. We'll head back to the brewery before we contact Katie and let her know that we've finished that job, because I'm sure she'll want her equipment back. So I'd like to get back to the brewery before she takes it from me. The lettuce. Let's thank Katie for that contract. If we have a quick look at the price of lettuce, right? Lettuce. Maximum price, $213. So we've got $11,500 worth of lettuce and $36 worth of slurry. If we sell this up at the farmer's market, that's the maximum price that we'll get in February. I don't think we want to wait until February. Although we could pick up some other contracts, which we could, maybe we could just hoard up that lettuce. We could do some cultivating just down the road. It's going to cost us $779 to lease that equipment. We could do this harvesting contract in our tiny little harvester. It's, again, just up the road. We have our own equipment. Or we could use the much more monstrous equipment for $779. Some parsnips. Okay, so we don't have equipment to do some parsnips. 10.8 acres. All right, never harvested any parsnips before. Let's go do this monster contract. No! Damn it! I'm so used to pressing the accept button. We can't do this. We don't have the equipment for it. Cancel. My bad, man. Sorry. Well, that's just ruined my reputation in the area, hasn't it? That was a loss of what could have been a good contract. So Katie's got some work up here. Selling station is the canning factory, which is all the way down on the southern side of town. She got some peas. Okay, so this is quite close. Harvest some parsnips and then take them up to the canning factory for Walter. cultivating. 57 is sort of just down the road. We don't have a proper tractor. We don't have a cultivator. Let's borrow this. I don't mind a little bit of cultivating. Let's borrow this equipment. We're going to be waiting down at the shop. Okay. We'll head on down to the shop to pick up this equipment. At some stage, we're going to have to retrieve our forklift, which is down here. Let's just visit this destination. All right, so we've got a weight and a little cultivating machine. Let's go. All right, we're probably balanced. Let's head on out. It's only 10 to 7. We've got a good amount of time today to get things done. I think the first thing that we really want to be aiming towards is a tractor. I like this one. This is nice and zippy, man. This is much faster than my John Deere in my other series. City Slicker Farmer. This thing is out of control. It's going more than 50 kilometers an hour. We're going to roll this tractor. We're going to settle down. Wow. Okay. What is this? A link track. Lint track. Track? Lindner. Oh man, I like that tractor. All right, let's go get this cultivating contract done. That's where all the farmers in the area screams out, "Noob! Get that city boy out of here." Did you hear about Lewis's nephew? Took a contract. Didn't even turn up. Canceled it 2 minutes after. What a punk. Oh, we should do that in a proper Australian accent. Did you hear about Lewis's nephew? That bastard took a contract from me. Cancelled it 2 minutes later. What a cunt. Apologies for the language. But you know, we are speaking Australian right now. Alright, I'm liking this whole leasing idea. This is quite nice. I think with our leasing, we should really crank the time up to ×5. If we're going to be leasing equipment, more rule changes? If we're going to be leasing equipment, we should have our time set to ×5. Otherwise, we could just be grinding through contracts. We could earn 100 grand in a day. And this tractor is a beast, man. "50 kilometers an hour. Let's go. Yeah, we got to get a proper tractor. The little John Deere is nice, but if we can aim for something... Like, I wouldn't mind starting with that Agro Star. It's nice and powerful. Oh, this is a different cultivator than I'm used to. This is actually attached to the tractor. It's not a trailer. Doesn't swing like the little John Deere one that I'm used to. Yeah, if we can aim for something like the Agro Star, which is only 85 grand. Only 85 grand. Although we'll be able to afford that pretty quickly. Again, this is not a zero to hero sort of series. Very much about getting the brewery up and running. And if we can do that in the first year in terms of buying fields and all that sort of stuff, and that'll be quite nice. Got to get used to how this cultivator swings. I think the Agro Star would be a good place to start. Nice and powerful. Can't have a front loader on it, which is a small issue. But in terms of a tractor that can pull equipment, I think it's a good place to start. I mean, we do have our little forklift for loading things, which at this point in time we can't actually recharge because we don't have a charging station. But again, that's just a matter of sorting out a charging station. Seems like this farmer should go for coffee in the morning, not whiskey. Them lanes eat straight. It's never any straight lines. These are what I call my Clarkson lines. Where is he going? It's a diagonal field. That's amazing. I've never done a field like this. What the hell is this about? And this tractor has four-wheel steering. I want one of these tractors. Mr. Acorn, how are you? Did I get a brewery mod? Indeed. We're using a brewery mod for Pigs in Little here. Oh, I see what's going on. I'm lifting and lowering the weight instead of the cultivator. That makes sense. I was wondering why the cultivator wasn't going up and down. Whose idea was that? The brewery mod? I've no idea, man. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is our new series, Brewery Revival. Get Pigs in Little back up and operational. Oh man, this tractor is incredible. I love this tractor. I guess this is the other thing about using leased equipment, right, for these contracts, is I get to try all different sorts of equipment. I played WoW for probably 3 months, I reckon. I did enjoy it, but I never really got into it. Again, that was after my Neverwinter Nights days. I was like, I want something similar. We'll try WoW. This tractor is incredible. I love this four-wheel steering. It's got such a sharp turning circle. Very tight turning circle. Toit. Toit. Look at Toiga. Yeah, we picked up the brewery mod, Acorn. That had the brewery, the hops field. There was another brewery mod that I was looking at, but it didn't have like a hops field. It just, hops was something that the greenhouses could produce. Whereas this one actually has a proper hops field with the trellises and everything, and it's much better. So we're going to try and get that brewery back up and running. Yeah, I know, Acorn. This one with that four-wheel steering just spins, man. Lift up that cultivator and just whip it around. Oh, out of control, ladies and gentlemen. We're drifting. Not used to this. I am not used to the cultivator actually being attached to the tractor rather than a trailer. And I'm not used to this four-wheel steering. This is a lovely tractor. Gonna have to have a look at what this is in the shop. It's absolutely lovely to use. Do you think if you had an Omni throttle you could remove the Y-axis springs only? You could. Mine snapped the other day and it was terrible. Luckily I had my spares and I could replace it. It is really nice playing this game with dual sticks. Because I'm always yanking the stick when you're about to smash into something. That's why my spring snapped. I think my spring snapped because it was a 1.5 years old. And the fact that when you buy it, the little replacement packages have 6 of each type of spring in the packet is an indication that they're expecting your springs to snap. Otherwise, why would they give you 6 replacements? All the panic maneuvering. Need to stick with force feedback. Don't the VKBs? Oh, don't Moser do a new stick with force feedback? I know somebody's doing force feedback sticks now. Then again, that's going to be supported by the game though, right? Right, that's our field for, I think, Walter completed. It really annoys me that we can't actually finish the field off. It bugs me so much. All right, let's head back up to the farm. Well, it's not really a farm, is it? We'll head back up to the brewery. I'm not used to this tractor at all. It's four-wheel steering. It's speed. Whatever this is, I want to have a look at it in the store. So we'll head back to the brewery. And I've really got to explore around this town a little bit. The Sunset Farm. Whoa. Man, our oat field is not looking very healthy right now. Whatever this tractor is, a Lindner. All right, I want to have a quick look in the store for this tractor. Lintrack, is it this one? So it's 136 horsepower. Yeah, this looks like the one. It can have a front loader on it. Perfect. It's 136 horsepower. So it's not huge, but it's an absolute joy to drive. 50 kilometers per hour, 120 liters. I mean, we're a long way off being able to afford a tractor. But I mean, we do have in... Oh, dear Lord, what's happening?
We have an emergency, Commander. Raiders are preparing to board.
Warning.
Quick, hide the Tim Tams.
Random Zero,
which is
my
being
friend, how
raided
are
by
you?
Random Zero 343. They
Thank you for
brought
the
two
raid.
raiders for our goodies. Welcome to the stream, folks.
Welcome in.
to After Dark.
Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for bringing your community here.
Alert, sir.
I am a
Random
farming
0343
simulator
is now
noob.
following on Twitch.
But
Welcome to After Dark.
we're exploring this game. I'm absolutely loving it. This is my second sort of challenge series that I'm running. We're doing episode 2 right now, which we are recording live here on Crouch After Dark, both on Twitch and YouTube. And we're trying to revive this old brewery, which my Aunt Mabel didn't want to run. And so we're trying to bring it back to life. Oh, this lettuce is just churning out of these greenhouses. This could be a good source of money for us as we try to get this place back up and running. So we only have $10,000. We are trying to buy a tractor. We own a tractor, but it's not a very good tractor. So Random Zero, thank you for the raid, mate. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you popping past with your peeps. Where is our little tractor? Oh, yeah. This little museum piece out here. But that tractor that we just leased for that contract was a great deal of fun to drive. All right, well, let's thank Walter for the use of his equipment. Save the contract. Let's thank Walter for the use of his equipment and get paid for that contract, $1,195. Not a huge amount of cash buck dollary dues, but we did lose, $780 to Walter for the use of his equipment, thanks to the bank refusing to give us any more loans. I think we'll just let the lettuce build up for a little while. I think we'll do a sale of our lettuce when we've got a good chunk of it there. In the meantime, we really need a tractor, don't we? Because we can't do anything about this straw, which is just rotting in the field at the moment. We've really got to give this to the piggies, to the piglets. All right, let's have a look at the contracts, and we'll see where we go from there. Quick flash of my camera just so I can see that when I'm editing, as I'm scrubbing through things. So you've just started a new farm on a map with a brewery and a distillery. I'm going to work towards buying both of those and getting those going. Oh, that sounds amazing. Sounds amazing. Acorn, you're looking at a yoke that looks like a steering wheel and wondering now if you can use it in Star Citizen. Probably. All right. I guess there's not much else we can do around here for the time being. We need to get... Let's have a quick look in the shop here. I think under grass care somewhere. Grassland. Yeah, so even the smallest forage wagon requires 60 horsepower, which I think our little vintage tractor is something ridiculous. I wish we still had Uncle's old tractor. This is 32 horsepower. It's not really usable for anything. I mean, we could go really small with this Landini and then progress upwards from there. It can't have a front loader on it. Oh God, we may have to go back to the John Deere. All right, let's see what contracts we can pick up. Got a couple of cultivating contracts. So it seems the default rate for leasing equipment is $779. Thank you, Random Zero. Appreciate you, mate. Hate to do it, but I too work night shifts and it's bedtime now. I'll catch you next time. Well, I'm up all night tonight resetting my clock for my night shifts ahead. So I'm here for quite a few more number of hours. But I appreciate you popping past, mate. Thanks for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community here. Thanks for the follow. I shall see you next time. So let's have a look here in these contracts. I guess, we really can do anything, can't we? Spinach. I guess we could have a look for a cultivating contract that we can do with our equipment, of which there aren't any. Everybody seems to be at this point harvesting, all these other specialist crops. Harvesting some carrots. I wonder why leasing this equipment for carrots, $1,039, and we're only getting $2,754 for the contract. Maybe because it's very specialized equipment Katie needs for her carrots. Versus these peas, we're only, leasing $779. We do have a chunky deadwood contract we could do. Run around and cut down 16 trees. This is probably a good idea to do this because, we have a chainsaw. We can cut down 16 trees easily. We don't need to lease this monster piece of equipment. And it's going to give us $2,400 clean. This is down near field 86 and 80. All right, let's have a look on the map. Where was that? I guess it will show us here. Okay. So we want to go across the river, through town. We could cut through here. Okay. Let's see if we can make it here. Jump in the old ute. Go cut down a few trees. Get ourselves 2,400. But I think we're really, we need to get ourselves, a tractor. I really did enjoy using that Lindner before. Wow. I really shouldn't be drinking in the morning before I start work. Oh. 2 hands on the wheel. 2 hands on the wheel. Burp, burp. All right, let's head on over. See how long it takes us to find our way down to this field, to the woods. I must keep an eye on the fuel. I have a really bad habit of running out of fuel. We head on down. I've never seen a deadwood contract that offers more than 10 trees to cut down. So this is interesting. We got 16. Nice little payout of 2,400. Let's cut down these trees. All right, let's roly-oly. Oh. Let's see how many times we get lost, hey? Oh, boy. We need to come back at some stage and grab our forklift. Actually, I think I'm already lost. Okay, we want to head down this way, don't we? Actually. Let's take out that street sign. Why not? I don't know who decided to put that there anyway. What a silly place for a stop sign. I mean, we're going to have to run around these woods, aren't we? Looking for trees. And this looks like a real dense wood. Oh, here's four real close to each other. That's nice. Actually, this is not a dead tree. Ho ho! Was this one a dead tree? Did I just have to pay $2,000? Oh, we better be careful, man. Look for the mark. Oh, I'm glad I noticed that. That's not a dead tree either. There's one. Oh man, they've put decoys in here. There's decoy trees. Oh, listen to those woodpeckers. There's different sounds in this town as there are in Zelonka. Which is, you know, obviously not surprising because Set in two different areas, right? Is this a decoy tree? I think this is one of the decoys. Man, this contract should come with confusion pay. Confusion pay. And these trees are outside the area of operation, man. Got to be a couple more somewhere. All right. All right. Now begins the great runaround. I'm getting confused by the decoy trees. We found one. Okay, where is this last tree in this densely forested area? This could take us some time. Especially with all these decoy trees around. Don't think you can cut a tree down that's not in the contract unless on your property. No, these ones you can cut down, and then you get charged $2,000 for cutting down the wrong trees. I'm pretty sure according to the contract. Yeah, penalty per tree, $2,000 for cutting down the wrong tree. Oh, is this it? This is the marked tree. This one doesn't look completely dead though. Or maybe the branches are coming off of that tree. This is the first time I've actually had to look for the mark on these trees. That was nice. I actually enjoyed that contract. I was just saying to the live chat, that was the first time I've actually had to check for the marks because of all these decoy trees, which look dead at the bottom, but then they've got a little bit of growth on the top. I was about to cut one of them down, and then I noticed, hang on, it looks a little bit green at the top. Like this one, it's a decoy tree. That was actually quite enjoyable. Nice, quick, easy. 2,400. Let's collect that. What else can we do? I mean, if we have a look, what sort of... so we've got $11,000 worth of lettuce. The price is not great. We somehow need to get straw into the pigsty. And the only way I can think of doing that is with a forage wagon, a baler, or a bucket, on a front loader. All of which require a tractor, which we don't really have a tractor capable of doing any of that. We've got Uncle's old vintage tractor. I really wish they'd left a good tractor at the brewery. And it might have made sense when we got our first bank loan from the bank before they refused to give us any more loans, to spend that on a tractor instead of the combine harvester. It would have made way more sense to get the tractor. But at that point in time, I didn't know the bank was going to say no to any more loans. All right, it is what it is, I suppose. Acidic comment in the chat saying there's a straw shredding machine in the animal section for that. Let's have a look. This is why it's nice to have the live chat there for these episodes that I record live, because they have great ideas. Obviously, being so new to Farming Simulator, you know, I'm learning things every time I play. Animals. All right, so we've got forage mixers, barrels, animal transport, straw blowers, and food. Straw blowers. This machine takes straw bales and uses them to cover the ground of an animal husbandry with straw. Okay, both of which require a tractor. like, I mean, if I could get a rake and a wheelbarrow, like that, you know, I'd use that, right? I don't think that there's like hand tools. We got chainsaws, marking spray, and miscellaneous. This is a mower to cut grass. Objects, big bags, pallets, pallet tanks, bales. Miscellaneous. Weights, belt systems, winter equipment, and miscellaneous. It would be nice if there were more hand tool sort of things. I guess there's probably mods for that sort of stuff. But, yeah, nothing in here. Nothing in here. We still have that Zeta in here. All right, I guess there's not much for it other than seeing what contracts we can pick up. Oh, here's another one of those Deadwood contracts. Oh, it's in exactly the same spot. Ah! More trees to cut down. Let's do it. I shan't say no. We're in the area. Look, there's two of them right there. Somehow they have appeared. I shan't say no. Actually, let's just double check. Yes. Ah! Last thing I need to do is lose $2,000. More chopping of trees. Looks like there's another one over there. As I said, I did enjoy this one. It's a very densely, wooded area, so finding all the trees was a little bit of a challenge, and then identifying the trees to cut down. That's the first time, like I said, I've had to look at the mark to just confirm that that's the actual tree. Here's two more. Anyway, let's get all of these done. Nice, quick, easy, 2,400. How are you, by the way, Acidic Comet? Thank you for joining us for a little bit more farming simulator for what will be episode 2 of our second series, our Brewery Revival series here in Riverbend Springs. As we slowly try to earn some cash buck dollary doos to afford ourselves a tractor to bring this brewery back to life. Can't do much without a tractor. Reading is overrated anyways. Well, look, I can't always be reading the chat, especially, not immediately. We are, after all, taking the opportunity to live stream whilst we record episodes for the YouTube channel. So sometimes, and normally that's when the camera is on, I can't really interact too much with the live chat. I do periodically, but we are essentially there to talk to the future YouTube peoples. What you mean, farming simulator? Ain't this Star Citizen homestead patch? That's another 10 years of development, mate. And at least another $500 million. I'm also very well. Thank you, Comet. I'm also very well. I am a little bit hungry, actually. Might have to have a short break and get myself a snack in a minute. You'd probably think that the trees would be in the same spot, right? So I guess once you learn where the trees are, this then becomes a lot easier because I'm assuming they spawn in the same place. $500 million comes easy, just make more tractors and tools. You want my full attention, do you? Oh, look at this one. No, sir. Do you slash? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint. See, this looks like a dead tree, man, but it doesn't have any mark on it. This is definitely one. Yep. Okay, so the trees that kind of look dead but don't have these brown patches on them. All right, see this one versus this one here. Doesn't have any missing brown patches on it. Okay, that's something new for me to keep an eye out for. That's certainly made it a little bit easier to quickly zip around and check things. I'm sure after I've done this contract enough times, I shall know the location of all the trees. Gonna go up top, you reckon, Cross? Not sure there's any more. I don't think I cut down any up the top. I do recall that there were a couple outside of the little red circle. So like this is a dead tree, but it's not marked. There's also a dead tree, but it's not marked. We're outside of the zone here. Well, that looks like one there. Oh no, these are decoy trees. There's one. Decoy tree. Yep. Difficult to see the mark, but it is marked. All right, one more. Decoy trees. Decoy trees. Oops. You cannot press the F key and scroll to zoom in. Just to let everyone know. I've done it so many times. If you combine Alt with F4, you can zoom out far away. Hey, Super 5. Hey, was that a little rabbit? Where'd you go, rabbit? What's at the top of this little tower here? I mean, this is an out-of-the-way place, right? There'll be a little collectible up here, I'm sure. Look at this little place. Yeah, what's this? Hey? Oh, we can't look down and see it? Well, that was disappointing. Not a good tosser, no. All right, let's go. One more tree, ma'am. Where is that tree? See you later, Ball. Oh, is that it right there? Oh no, I've already cut it down. It's a decoy. There it is. Success. That last one took a little bit of time to find, but we made it. I do quite enjoy that little one, that Deadwood contract. Searching around through the woods. I'm sure, as I was saying to live chat as we were speeding through that little time lapse there, that I'm sure the trees spawn in the same place. So once you get used to doing like that contract in that location, you know, you can just, you know where the trees are. All right, another quick, easy 2400. Right. Have a quick look at these cultivating contracts. I really want to get that straw somehow sorted out, but it's not possible until we can get a tractor. And we can't get a tractor until we grind through some more contracts. Let's have a look. Parsnips, spinach. These will all be the same specialty ones, right? Red beet, peas, spinach. Rock removal. Oh man, let's do this thing. In a little skid steer, little bobcat with a jackhammer on it. Going to cost us 519. For good old Walter, hey. Let's do this. Don't really want to leave the truck here. We'll have to come and get it at some stage. We'll take it back to the shop. I really wish you could change the direction of traffic to drive on the left-hand side of the road. Whilst we're here, and I'm thinking about fuel, let's just quickly refuel the ute. We do have a petrol tank back at the brewery, but it doesn't have any fuel in it. So we'll have to fill that up at some stage. I guess when we've got machinery there that requires us to actually refuel it, and we do have our little truck here. All right. Did we not accept that contract? Where is the equipment? Doesn't it normally appear here at the shop? What did I not read? What did I not read? It's down here at 61. Oh boy, excuse me. Where is 61? Oh, I accepted the contract. I didn't lease the equipment. I've got to get used to that. I've got to get used to that. It's a different button to lease the equipment. Uh-huh. The clan accepting contract actually read what he'd do before signing off. Yeah, that's very true. Stone picking. Look at this. All right. Short break. I'm going to go use the bathroom, get myself something to eat. Let's give this a little flash so we can see that in our editing as we scrub through. Yeah, that's a bummer. I really wanted to do that contract, but I didn't lease the equipment. I accepted the contract, and obviously I don't have the equipment to do that contract. It's a different button to lease the equipment. All right, I shall be back in just a minute. Get a snack. Use the bathroom. I'm enjoying this. You know, different types of contracts. Alrighty. Alrighty. Exactly, so maybe icon or color coding instead of text would be a solution. And a buzzer or a voltage to chair. Nope. It's not possible. Actually, I'm probably sure it's possible. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look, see. What contracts do we have? Let's go back. Oh, another deadwood. Oh, it's back in the same place. Let's do this cultivating contract. 1351. Oh, this isn't a big tractor. All right, let's borrow these items. This isn't a big one. Big tractor and an extendable cultivator. Haha! Look at the size of this tractor. And a big cultivator that extends. Let's go. All right, so whereabouts is this place on the map? $51, hey? All right, so if we could head out across the bridge and go this way, hey? That makes sense. Okay. Look at the size of this cultivating machine. I mean, this is a big field. That's the wrong way. Incredible. Is this also the wrong way? It's very possible. It's going to take me some time to learn my way around Riverbend Springs. Never been here before. But I'm sure, give it enough time in the town, we shall learn our way around. I do like this town, it's quite nice. Look at the size of this cultivator, this is great. All right, I think we go left up here shortly. All right, let's get this cultivating contract done. I can't wait to use this big cultivator. We'll see how long this field takes. I didn't see how many acres it was, but I'm so used to using a small little 4-meter cultivator. There's our field up ahead. It doesn't look that big. This cultivator is going to make short work of it. Let's go. Oh boy. I don't even think this is like one of the big cultivators, right? You can get ones that are even bigger than this, right? This is like the medium size one. I've been using the small ones. This is the medium. I'm pretty sure you can get like an even bigger one. All right, let's get some cruise control going. I hope everyone's had a fantastic weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Predominantly on the old Twitcheroo. Audience on YouTube has been quiet tonight. But your feedback so far has been incredibly valuable. So I've got to remember we've got a little over $2,000 worth of building maintenance costs, which I just totally didn't sort of factor into anything. I forgot that buildings have a maintenance cost. About $2,500 of monthly expenses. And we're going to have a look at the pigs shortly and see how much food they've eaten. I think they're probably going to go through about 1,000 litres of food every 2 months. So until I can start producing stuff to feed the pigs, that's an extra $500, so about $3,000 worth of costs per month so far. Let's go, banjo. Love the banjo. One thing I want to quickly get rid of is the options for opening up lodging a job. Yeah. Oops. That way I can play movement, vehicles, AI work. I want to get rid of this. That way I can get rid of the HUD a little bit more efficiently. Hotkey for closing the HUD was Alt-H. I think that's the default for the mod. And the H key opens up the create a job contract. We got a farm up and running, Rhino. All right, lovely. We'll have a look at that after this episode. very keen for some multiplayer farming. So do I join your farm, Rhino? How many people are involved here so far? I don't know if I want to start my own farm, but I'd certainly be involved in somebody else's. Three of us so far, sweet. Who's that? You, Calypsia and Motherfig? Yeah, sweet. All right, lovely. Once we finish this episode, I'm going to jump into that multiplayer. We'll go check that out. I'm very keen for that. That's on Riverbend Springs, right?
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Okay.
White Ripper is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Thank you, my friend. White Rakar for the follow. Thanks for joining us on Twitch. Hope you're having a lovely day, afternoon, a lovely evening. As I slowly potter around here in the lovely town of Riverbend Springs, working to restore the old brewery. Hey, where you going? You think maybe we've done all our headlands and he wants to do ups and downs. Looks like it. Which way are our ups and downs? This way. Let's go. Yeah, we'll smash our way through these next couple of contracts. I don't know what time of day it is because we've turned off the HUD at the moment. But we'll see how much longer we've got in the day. We do have our time on 5 times speed. If we're going to be doing contract work, we'll keep our speed on 5 times. If we're going to be doing our own work, we'll keep it on 1 times. That way, you know, if I'm doing contract work, the day will just slowly progress and disappear. Otherwise, we end up in this situation where we just have a never-ending daily grind, which I'm not super keen for. Check the sun and you should have some idea of the day. But that relies on me knowing what season it is, right? And in this game, it's all in reversed confusion land. I think it's September right now. So it's slowly moving into winter, yeah? Or it's autumn right now, I don't know. Who the hell knows, man? If it's reverse confusion, shouldn't it make it more perfect sense? No. I'm confused at the best of times about anything. Can confirm. Oh, goodness me. What is the time? It's 1:50. All right, snacks. Look at this. Chat to the rescue. I muted myself. I was saying that it's quite nice using different equipment. I'm so used to the little John Deere that I have in my other series, and both the tractor and the cultivator, that it's nice to use something different. This turning circle on this cultivator and on the tractor is completely different. That using leased equipment for these contracts allows me the opportunity to use, other equipment, and I can focus on the grind in my other series. So it's quite nice. I really enjoyed the other tractor that had the four-wheel steering. I think we had a bit of a look at that. And this one, no idea how fast we're going. 14 kilometers per hour, but we have, the much wider cultivator. And I like not having this HUD on for this sort of field work. Well, let's burn through the rest of this contract. The day's moving on. I was saying to the live chat that when we're doing contract work like this with leased equipment, I might keep my speed of, the day speed time thingy at 5 times. And then when we're doing work on our own farm, I might drop that back to 1, give me time to work on our farm during the day. But in terms of contract work, I do want the day to move on. So we're not just grinding through contracts and, we can do a certain number of contracts in the day, but the day moves quickly. So I think that we might keep that as one of our, not necessarily rules, but one of our parameters for this series. So I think by the time we finish this field, it's going to be close to 3. We might have time for one more contract after this. It's September, so it's going to get dark around 7. I do need to check on the pigs. see how much food they've eaten. And I've totally forgotten to factor in that the building maintenance costs, we're up for about $3,000 a month, I reckon, in terms of feed for the pigs, our bank loan, our building maintenance costs. So there's about $3,000 that I need to cover each month just for our operating expenses so far. And then as we add more, things, I don't think equipment comes with like a monthly maintenance cost. That will have repair bills associated with it. But yeah, we just need to keep grinding through until we can get ourselves a tractor. And then after that, we can start looking at, saving up for our first field. We've got our greenhouses producing lettuce, and they're doing quite nicely. They're producing, a reasonable amount of lettuce for us. We want to get our hops at least producing some hops, which, I'm assuming we can sell somewhere until we're able to use them in our brewery. But that won't be until we've at least got, a barley field somewhere. We've got a small oat field, but we don't, we really need to expand out. There's a lot of deer around here, I've noticed. A little bit of mutton, hey? Oh, venison. Venison, hey? All right, let's get this field finished up and head on back to the farm. The farm? The brewery. Thank you, Cross, for the reminder that I muted myself while I was eating my snacks. I'm a professional. Right, I think we'll have to duck back over to that section that we missed. 98%. Trim a little bit more of this off. And then I guess we can complete the contract here and then walk back to the shop to pick up our, walk back to the shop to pick up our little ute. Let's have a quick look here at our contracts. We can complete this. $5,103. Lovely. $55 is quite close to where we are. God, it'd be nice to be able to use the same equipment. I don't want to do these fertilizing contracts because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to pay for the fertilizer, right? Let's do this ploughing contract. Oh, God damn it. I clicked the wrong button again. It's going to take time to get used to. Leasing the equipment. A stone picker, hey? All right, let's have a look at this one. I've never done any of these stone picking contracts before, and I've got to get used to borrowing the items instead of just clicking the spacebar to accept the contract, because I've burnt through a couple of contracts now like that. So we'll do this one. And I'm kind of hoping that we can hook up the trailer to the stone picker. So we'll have the tractor and then the stone picker thing and then the trailer connected behind the stone picker. Although I don't see how that's possible. It doesn't look like there's a hitch on the back of this. So what does this mean? I'm going to have to, I'll take the tractor and the stone picker over to the field. And then what, I've got to come back and get the trailer? Or does the trailer have a hitch on the back of it? Doesn't look like it. I don't think this is going to work, right? Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. I guess we first thing we need to do is find out where this field is. The 24. All the way up north. So I guess we can get the ferry, go past the brewery, down the road. Man, that's a massive field. And then I guess we're going to have to get come back and get the trailer, right? I wonder if my little truck there can tow that trailer. Let's move this out of the way. I wonder if my little truck can tow that massive trailer. I don't think it can. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. No. All right, so we got the day's moving on. It's 3 o'clock. Wow. This is a nice chunky contract though. Again, never done any stone picking. It is something I'm enjoying about using the contracts and being able to lease equipment, given the bank won't loan me any more money to get the brewery back up and running. I'm very thankful to my fellow neighbours here at Riverbend Springs for letting me use their equipment. I guess we're going to have to come back and get the trailer because this thing's only going... Whoa! Don't damage anyone's equipment, Crouch. This thing's only going to hold a certain amount of stones, and then we've got to somehow get them into that trailer, I'm assuming. I wonder, can I... Okay, we've got to wait for that barge to go anyway. Can we drop this off here? Go get the trailer and bring everything over at the same time. I'm going to wait for that barge anyway. Not that it's going to take a huge amount of time to pass by. But if we can at least get everything onto the other side of the river. Oh yes, there has to be a train, doesn't there? Let's sneak around. No one can stop me. Unless, of course, there was a train coming from the other way. All right, let's grab this huge trailer. Take that over with us. I don't think we need to take the stones anywhere, right? We just got to put them in this trailer. Again, I didn't really read the contract properly, but the map did just sort of look like, you know, here's the field where you need to pick all the stones out of. I didn't see anything about having to take them somewhere. But then again, like I said, I didn't really read the contract properly. So we'll see what happens. But I've got a feeling this will be the last contract for September. But I'm glad we've managed to sort out our situation with the bank. They have confirmed no more loans, Mr. Crouch. Talk to your neighbours. Maybe they'll have something for you. So let's once again cross the river. I'm pretty sure this is going to be, you know, a multiple, you know, a daily occurrence. A multiple daily occurrence. We'll go get my first stone picking contract done on a massive field and earn us a good chunk of money to finish up September. Which will get us hopefully about halfway towards being able to afford some sort of tractor. The worst part is I never learned to read contracts. I don't know what it said, man. That'll learn me. I'm learning. Alright, we'll go stick this up on the roadway and come back and get the stone picker. Hopefully no one jumps on that ferry and disappears. This is a chunky tractor, man. The Challenger, yeah? I think this is in the small tractors section, right? All right, let's leave the trailer here. Hello? Oh, that's a sign. Yeah, I'd love to get my steering wheel sorted out so I could use the mouse rather than the little thumb hat on my joystick. And changing back into reverse is way quicker in this tractor than it is in a little John Deere. I think that's the power shift thing, right? The John Deere has a very noticeable stop, change gear, you know, and then start again. This thing is just like, okay, well, you know, you want to go forward? Let's go forward. Want to go back? Let's go back. So this is a pretty chunky tractor. I guess if I get used to driving with my left stick, I can use my right hand on the mouse instead of using my right stick to steer. The left stick is, you know, controlling forward and reverse and, you know, steering left and right. But it is slightly different with the Omni throttle to control the tractor like that. Don't forget to put on my welder glasses before signing contracts. Don't forget, he puts on welder glasses before signing contracts. That's true. Got to make sure that you can't read any of those words, man. Plausible deniability. Is that plausible deniability? I didn't know what I was signing. Holy cow! So, what do we do here? Oh my word. Okay, so it's just like a normal contract, right? Let's turn some lines on so we can see what we're doing to start with. Okay, so you can see quite a significant difference in the field. All right, having never done one of these stone picking contracts before, I did put the lines on so I could see what I was doing, but there's obviously a very noticeable difference in the field, so I don't think we need to keep our lines on. We can turn our HUD off and get fully immersed. But obviously we're going to have to empty out these stones into that trailer that we brought. No idea how that happens. I guess we figure it out. Once these get full, we'll go back and get the trailer. And I don't think we need to take the stones anywhere. I think we just need to take them off the field and put them into the trailer. Again, I'm not 100% sure. But let's at least fill up this little stone catcher buggy. And then we'll go get the trailer and see how we go with that. This is going to take a while. This is the rest of the day here, the rest of the month. But it's going to pay us a pretty penny. It's just going to take a little bit of time. This field is huge. This is going to take ages. What's the time? It's almost 4 o'clock. So I reckon we'll be here at 5 times speed until 7. That's what I reckon. All right, that's enough from me. Let's buzz through this field and get it finished. Alrighty. This is going to take ages. This field is huge. No wonder it's paying like 16 grand. It's one of those farming simulator things, right? Just massive, massive time sink. I absolutely love it. It's so chill. After this, I'm definitely looking forward to checking out the multiplayer server that Rhino's been setting up. Hopefully I can join somebody's farm there. Oh my word, this field is huge. I don't mind this Challenger tractor. We get another 2 months, I reckon, of contracts before we can afford our own tractor. Well, having said that, the lettuce is producing. We've got 6 pallets of lettuce there, around 2 gram per pallet. Let's just say thereabouts somewhere. Next month we'll have a couple more pallets. So we could be pretty close to being able to, you know, grab a basic tractor. Even if we start with a little John Deere, 45 grand for that little John Deere. It served me well so far in City Slicker to Farmer in that series. We've got quite a number of hours on that tractor, so it could be a good place to start, you know. And again, we just level up when we can. All right. One lap around this field has filled up this little machine 50%. So what I might do is we might go and grab the trailer. And see how this works. And hopefully that trailer doesn't need to be emptied multiple times. Maybe we can cut through this field. What do you reckon? Dude, come on, man. If we have to empty out that trailer, I have no idea where to empty the trailer. We take it as it comes, I suppose. We are learning how this works. So these are the fields on the left here, and this one ahead of us. That's Katie's field. We want to buy these fields that are close to the brewery to grow our crops. Some barley, some wheat, some corn. I think there's a recipe in the brewery that calls for corn. Yeah, this trailer looks huge, man. We should be able to get all the stones in here. Although I have no idea. I'm hoping we can get all the stones in here. Watch me dump all of these stones onto the ground. We all know it's going to happen. unload here. All right, let's lift this up. Let's fold it away. Detach, lower the stone picker. Unfold the stone picker. So I'm trying to figure out how this thing works and why we have this trailer. I'm assuming somehow this thing is going to somehow get these stones in that trailer. But I've no idea how that works. Raise trailer. Raise trailer, lower trailer. Start. What does start lifting to? Well, hang on a minute. What the hell's this? Oh, what's this? Ha ha! Have a look at this. What does that do? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think now, if we back this up, good job, Crouch. Good backing up. I think we need to dump this either over the back or the side of the trailer. Right, something like that, right? Ha-ha! Magic. And then we go stop unloading. Well, how do we start unloading? Control I. Okay, no, that didn't work. Oh, maybe we need to turn it on. So we'll lift this up. Oh. Yes! Success! Stop unloading. And then it drops down. Success! Alright. Let's unfold this. Let's drop it down. Let's start our next lap around this ginormous field. Wait a minute. I think it's employed somebody else. Oh, do I have to reset this again? This really frustrates me. It really frustrates me. I wish there was some way to turn off the contractors until you want to have them, available. All right. We shall continue. Now that I know how that works, I guess we just stop past that trailer every time and drop off. It feels about 50% of this, a little over 50%. And I guess obviously that'll get smaller the more we go around the field and we move towards the center of the field. We can stop off and drop off our stones. Success! Let's get some cruise control going. Let's keep churning through this massive field. It's certainly going to take some time. It's 4:45 already. Oh man, we could be here well after dark. I just want the money. I got greedy. It's a big field. We can see that. Let's get it done. Oh dear me, this is going to take ages. It's not the most thrilling live streaming content, I suppose. Just watching me go around and around and around. But it is, I suppose, the the farming simulator experience. I mean, we are, after all, here doing some field work, and this is a massive field. And thus, therefore, it's a massive amount of work. And that can really only just take time, right? So I appreciate everyone who's been hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for the people that have followed. I'm really enjoying this. I'm loving my other series, City Slicker to Farmer, and our Brewery Revival series here at Pigs and Little. Can't wait to start getting some crops in the ground, getting some stuff into the brewery, start getting hops produced. That's all going to take a little bit of time. So Vina, do you reckon if I back up to the trailer, it'll just start dumping automatically? Because I had this thing deployed when I backed up to the trailer the first time, and it didn't automatically start dumping the stones. You know, I had to close it and then redeploy it, and then once I redeployed it, it just started dumping out the seeds, or dumping out the stones. So do you recommend I back up to the trailer first and then open it up and deploy it? Or should I deploy it first and then back up onto the trailer? Because I've no idea. The only thing that I have an idea about at this stage is that this is going to take ages to finish this field. This is an all-day contract, this one. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time, that these... You know, I'll slowly learn this town, and I'll slowly learn the fields, where they are, how big they are. Hey, where are you going? I'm going this way, buddy. Back up to the trailer first. Could have seen how... Oh, whoops. My bad. Could have seen how big the field was before I started. Well, it was a big field. I just didn't, you know... Don't have access to this land. Okay, let's get this back on. Start lifting. This vehicle tool is reserved for contract work. Stop unloading. Here we go. Is a mod that allows you to dump anywhere. Try unloading into the trailer from the side. Okay, we'll try that. I might not fix the not your land when doing contracts. Yeah, I don't like the idea of just dumping stuff anywhere. It seems a little bit lazy to me. Not to mention environmentally destructive. All right, so on the next lap, we'll try backing up to the side of the trailer. It would be sweet if this thing had like a hitch on the back of it so you could tow both the stone collector and the trailer. And, you know, it's collecting the stones and just on a conveyor belt, chucking them into the trailer. Allows you to block the road with manure. I have just sneakily set the time back to 1. Because I really don't want to be doing this in the dark. Don't tell anyone. I made a mistake. Trying to do this massive field starting in the afternoon. Next time we shall do these massive fields, if they're available, starting in the morning. And I think after this, this will finish up this episode. Episode 2 of Brewery Revival. Excuse me. And then I'll jump in and have a look at this multiplayer server that Rhino's set up. I'm very keen for that. Man, there's still heaps of stones in this field. We having fun on the server clips here? That's great, man. You're watching Fig attempt to make bales and criticizing him. Come on, man. We all learn. We all have to learn. Pretty sure he's drunk. Well, he did say he was going out for a beer and a pasty before. Oh, I can't do this without having the HUD active. Yeah, I can't do it unless the HUD's active. gonna turn the lines on for a minute. All right, let's go. I wonder if the HUD hider gets rid of the lines. No. Well, that's a bit of a bummer that you need to have the HUD active to be able to, you know, use the keybinds. Oh well. Because it would be nice to be able to do as much as you can without the HUD on. But having to activate the HUD to dump is a little disappointing. .24% of the way through this contract. How can we be 24% of the way through this? Like that's a quarter of the way through this. It certainly doesn't feel like we're a quarter of the way through this. Where are you going, man? Maximize the width of this roller. Get those lines back on for a minute. 5.1 meter wide. All right. .41%. One run up, one run down. So we can do 2 more runs before we have to we're going to have to empty that trailer, aren't we? We're going to have to empty that trailer. Maybe I need that dump anywhere mod. Can see that I've got my klaxon lines going again. I don't know how this happened. Of course I do. It's called incompetence. What is going on? Cheating with GPS too now? What next? Hiring helpers to do all the jobs for you? Oh, we'll definitely be hiring some staff. 100% we'll be using some contractors. And yes, we need the GPS. Although for this field, I guess we really don't. I don't normally use it. Or I don't normally have it visible. Except for when I'm fertilizing, because I can't really see any difference in the fields when I'm fertilizing. Or when I'm fertilizing or weeding, I really can't see much of a difference. So in that case, I have the lines on. But in this case, you know, we can see quite a significant difference, a visual difference in the field. So, is veering off course again. But yes, there's GPS in this tractor, so I'm going to use it, of course. Why would I not? My tractor is GPS enabled. I'm going to use that GPS. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer that we can't do this without the HUD. And I'm using cruise control too, Super 5. I'm just sitting here with my arms up above my head, leaning back in my chair, just chilling out, getting my field work done. And I've even set the speed back to 0.5 so I don't have to finish this up in the dark. Oh, I've got all my cheats going, man. Don't fall asleep. It's happened quite a few times. Well, it's happened twice. Whoa, getting to be hardcore cheater now. Next, you turn off all rocks in game settings. Well, I do have them off in my fields. I've got rocks off. I've got lime off. Baby steps, man. Baby steps. I've got weeds on. Once I'm an experienced farmer, we might switch everything on and make it hardcore. Set the economic mode or whatever it is to hard. We can hear you turn on off the aimbot at the end of the year. Lane, yep. So in 9 years. Maybe 9 in-game years, I might be proficient enough, or maybe it might take 9 IRL years. FS25.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
All right.
Rina_Jamil is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Rena, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. By that time, we have AI that plays the game for him. I could have just put a worker in this field. When I've got the brewery up and running and we're earning some money, I'm definitely going to have some contractors come and help out. Both to do some contracting work and, work around the brewery. 100%, man. Can't grow an empire if you've got to do everything yourself. You've got to provide jobs to the local economy. But we're going to need equipment for that. So until we get to that stage, though, we grind. Because keeping that brewery functioning is going to be a lot of work. And it's going to be a lot of money. I mean, we're going to have to buy the sugar. I mean, the crops we can deal with in terms of the wheat, the barley, all that sort of stuff. Because we can harvest all of that stuff with the combine that we've got. Yes, it's small and it's slow, but it's what we've got. But in terms of sugar cane and all that sort of stuff and producing our own sugar, then it'll be years before we get to that stage. But it is part of the goal to be able to be, fully, vertically integrated, so to speak. To be able to be in control of our entire pipeline. Have our own sugar, cane field so we can produce our own sugar. I don't know how we can produce fertilizer. Or seeds. Those things I think we're going to have to buy. The hop plantation requires seeds and fertilizer. And so those two things I think we need to, they're just consumables that we have to buy. But if there is some way to be able to produce seeds and fertilizer, then I'll certainly be looking at it. And I'm going to have a look for a mod that turns off the sound of the GPS. Because it is a bit annoying. I certainly don't have anything against using it. But I don't really need to hear the little beep, beep, beep. How full's our hopper? It's 87% full. We should have dumped. Seeds you buy. Fertilizer depends. Can be manure, slurry, purchase liquid, solid fertilizer. Yeah, we need solid fertilizer for the hop fields as one of the inputs. So we can't use the slurry or the manure. So we're going to have to use the purchased solid fertilizer. We should have dumped because we're going to get halfway through this. Well, not even halfway through this next run. And be in a bit of a pickle. We're going to have to drive all the way down the field without actually collecting anything. Noob move. Here we go, 100%. Can we just drive all over this field and squish the rocks into the ground? Is that possible? Oh, I've got a feeling that we are going to have to empty this trailer. It's looking very full. Let's have a look on our map. Nope, that's the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. What's the right button, Viv? Because I can't see anything else on this map that's flashing that says we need to take stones to another location. Okay, now we're not really doing anything, are we? Look at this. Who wouldn't hire me to do their fields, man? I mean, this is perfection. This is perfection. I don't know why you'd even bother looking at other contractors. You just go straight to Crouch because you know it's going to get done the first time properly, quickly, efficiently, without a whole bunch of destruction of your property, equipment, or quite possibly personnel. I mean, this is quality work right here. It is difficult for other people to achieve this level of perfection. I mean, can you get any straighter? Not really. I hear them chanting, and they would be correct. Good Lord. Check out this move. Who's ready to get their OCD triggered? This is a pro move right here. We're dividing up the field, which makes it easier to manage in, bite-sized chunks. This is how the real pros do it. It would be nice to get paid for part of the field. As you're going through the contract, like I should have been paid 50% of the contract now. So that way, I could just say, okay, well, I've had enough of this, I'm out. I'll just get paid for what I've done so far, please. Clear stones, mulching if stubble's on field, plow if required, lime if required, or every third harvest, seed, rolling, fertilize, watch crop grow, plus 1 stage, fertilize, second pass. Hey, wait a minute, we forgot to start our little collector hinge thinger. It's Grouchy! Stuck with a hat. Stage 9, second, fertilize second pass, weed as required, oilseed radish gives +1 fertilization stage. Doing all of that, you have 100% yield bonus, so a bit to do. That is a bit to do. Calypso, you gotta head to work. Hope you have a great day. We'll be back in a couple of hours about it, if you're still around and on the server then. I'll probably be on the multiplayer server at that stage. We're going to finish up this field for the second episode of Brewery Revival. So yes, I'll be jumping into the multiplayer and checking that out. Hopefully we can join somebody's farm. I don't necessarily want to have my own farm. I'd like to help out on somebody else's. Kind of like in Star Citizen, right? I don't necessarily want to be a pilot. I want to be working on somebody else's ship. Yeah, full field work would be sweet. I need a little bit more experience before we get that heavily involved in things. But that would be sweet. Wait, so what are you saying? There's a chance to have a crouch slave? 100%, man. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Stones, as far as you know, Super 5 doesn't affect yield, just wears down machinery faster, which adds to your expensive repairs. Oh, I see. You got 3 fields already, Rhino, that need sowing in September. So what have you guys started the farm with? Did you start with some fields or have you purchased them so far? Can't spell for crap, careful. Crouch likes to mock people with bad grammar and spelling. Or it might just be because it's me. Well, for once I don't have anything to say. So you purchased a farm and 3 fields. Okay, so can you give me permission? Or do I have to join first? Because I'm going to be at probably another hour here before I can get onto the multiplayer server. And I know what you were saying before, that you've got to be online to give permissions. I've got to join first. Okay. All right, well, if you have to head off before I get a chance to jump in, that's fine. I'll make sure that I can, I'll keep an eye on it. I'll join, but then I'll keep an eye on it and see when you're around so I can pop in, and then I'll buzz you on Discord and say, give me permission to work on the farm. Maybe it's time to get Illiterate Slash back on this channel. Oh, Slash. This quality, mate. I love you, buddy. It's so good. Oh, boy. Slash brings a lot of joy to this channel. The account is suspended. Guess Twitch got salty because of the name? Really? That's ridiculous. What have you been doing on that account? This field is ridiculously huge. We need a stone picker 3 times as big as this for this field. And that trailer is 100% going to have to be emptied somewhere. There's no way we can fit all these stones in that trailer. I mean, we're only 66% of the way through. And that trailer looks like it's almost full. It would be real nice once I've got enough experience in the game to be able to, you know, turn on, you know, all of the stuff. All of the stages of the field work. That will be pretty sweet. Do you have all of those switched on, Rhino? So we've got to like put lime on the crops and on the fields and pick out all the stones and all that sort of stuff? Or have you turned some of that stuff off? Lime is on. Don't have to lime though. Sweet. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. So the money, I'm assuming, then is shared on the farm, right? So when I join and I get permission to join that farm, the money is shared, yeah? So who do I ask about buying a tractor? The Crouchmobile. Who has permission to spend money from the guild bank? Don't need to buy machinery. It's all sorted. Everything is there. We just need farm hands. That's all we need. I like it. Oh, 91%. Let's empty the stone machine. It's a good question, Super 5. The season's enabled, hopefully. %72% of the way through this mahoosive field. Seasons are enabled. Let's go. Man, this field should be worth 40 grand. Also, the server doesn't pause when no one's online. What have you got the time set to, Rhino? Is it 1-to-1? Is it real time or? I like the fact that it's just there running in the background. People can log in and out and, you know, obviously Rhino's done all the hard work, and I have to say a massive thank you for providing this for the community. But I like the fact that people can just log in when they want to. No one else needs to be online, unless obviously you need, you know, you're joining fresh and you need permission to join the farm. Is it just the one farm, Rhino, or are there other smaller farms that people can have themselves, or is it just one big farm? I do like the idea of just one big farm. Just one farm. Let's go. I love it. It's so good. Bring it on. Let's go. Let's go. Roll the dice. Should have been a single. Server settings don't really allow for more, as I'd still have to give permissions to all other farms. You know, I like the idea of one farm. And we can all just log in and out when we've got time to, you know, help out and get things moving along. And it's probably more practical if server pauses when no one's on. Otherwise, time passes and that can cause issues for anyone interested in seasonal playing. Can that be an option, that if no one's online that it pauses? Because yeah, I could see an issue there, right? If no one logs on for a couple of days and the time's moving at 5 times, you know, we've got crops in the ground that are going fallow or withering. It's a server setting, yes. I could change it. Yeah, I think if no one's online, then everything just pauses. Because otherwise, you know, you could have productions that just stop producing things, or, you know, issues with crops and all that sort of stuff. And as like Super 5 says, anyone interested in seasonal play, which I think is a big part of the game, right? Is, you know, playing through the seasons. Almost 80%. We're getting there. I mean, we haven't had to outlay anything to do this contract other than a ridiculous amount of time. And it is going to earn us, you know, 15 grand, which we desperately need. In your experience, Super 5, if someone takes a day off or two, losing entire crop or animals, etc. is harsh, yeah. But with paused server, anyone joining should also check what's needed to do before doing anything, i.e. prioritize crucial work to keep your farm operating. Yeah. And that's the thing I like about it, right? Is, you know, there's constantly going to be things to do. And obviously we've got Discord to communicate and, you know, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, so that, you know, when you're logging on, you can, you know, run around the farm and see what's going on, and this needs to be done, that needs to be done. Honestly, just want to get this field finished so I can log in. Everyone who joins will have manager permissions, so I can do everything. Sweet. Don't. I'm not going to say it. Discord is great to keep track of the farm status if everyone learns to post what's done and needs to be done. Sort of out of schedule or to-do list some farm manager can keep updated. It's definitely exciting. I'm kind of hoping that little runway on the left there can stay there, as I'm sure we'll get 100% finished and we don't have to zip back over to that little area. 94% completed. Are we going to end up with another little runway before we get to the end of this strip? $97, $98, $99. Looks like we might have a small little one. There we go. I'm pretty sure this trailer is not going to fit all these stones. It really doesn't look like it. It would be really strange, though, if they sent you to do this contract and recommended that trailer and it wasn't big enough to fit everything. Hang on, what's going on here? Would make perfect sense that you got to empty the trailer now and then. Yeah, but you know, you'd think that for the size of field, they'd give you a trailer capable of, you know, doing the field. Yeah, what doesn't make sense is how much rocks there is on such a field and everything's so neatly organized. Perfect rock patterns all the time. Mm-hmm. Maybe we will. We're 88% of the way through. Maybe there will be enough space in that trailer. I mean, what do we do? Like, once we're 100% finished, do we just complete the contract and that trailer with all the stones just disappears? Because unlike some of the other contracts, you know, you've got to take stuff. I guess, you know, they're valuable stuff, right? Crops and all that sort of stuff you need to take to the various mills, and whereas this really is, I guess in some ways, just a waste product, although, you know, it's useful from a gravel perspective in terms of, you know, whatever, building roads or car parks or farm tracks or... %. It feels like we're so close, yet there's still another, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, columns, ups and downs. Wow, I've been online for 7 hours and 15 minutes. It doesn't feel like it at all. Time just disappears in this game. I swear to God. It does to us. Slash, you've been here the whole time, man. Before. Let me correct myself. You were here before the stream started. That's incredible. Yes, can confirm. Oh, amazing. It's daytime for you, Slash. And you got vaccination. Oh, and you've got vacation. Slash is on holidays. I want a holiday. That reminds me, I need to check the leave calendar. So every year we have a leave bid process where you sort of put your bid in. I mean, you don't have to pay anything, but you know, you put your request in for what annual leave you want during the year, and I've never done it. And every time I'm like, oh crap, you know, I've got to do the leave bid, and by the time I actually get around to doing it, it always ends. And then they say, thank you to everyone who put in their leave requests. Here is the calendar for everybody else who didn't put their leave requests in for the time slots during the year that are available for you to book your leave. And so I need to do that. Mrs. Crouch was saying today, you know, when can you book some leave so we can have an actual holiday? And I said, oh, we'll have a look at the calendar later this afternoon. And that didn't happen. I can't have leave. No holidays. No holidays. It is forbidden. Oh my word, 95% of the way through this contract. What a monster. If I hadn't set the speed back to 0.5, it would be dark now and 11 p.m. It was a mandatory requirement. Good Lord. I betcha at 96%, we're going to empty this into the trailer and the trailer will be full and we won't be able to finish the last 4% of this field without having to empty the trailer. We can't. No spare capacity for stones. Amazing. Oh, amazing. Oh, good Lord, this is taking a long time. I was just saying to the live chat that watch 4% left in this field and I won't be able to finish it because we'll have to empty this trailer. And what's happened? Of course, the trailer is full, right? 100% full. Where do I take these stones now? What do I do with these stones? Can we just dump them in the trees over here? I'm just going to unload it in the trees. It doesn't say that I need to take the stone. Let's check the contract. It doesn't say I need to take the stones anywhere. It just says remove stones from the field. And then here's the map. There's no other location like the other ones always have where you've got to take the stones to. I'm pretty sure the wagon builder's not going to want them. Can I just dump them in these trees here? Rhino in the chat saying I need to take them to the crusher. Can we just dump them in the trees? I don't have access to this land. Okay, so I guess we don't want to crash into that school bus. That would be a bad thing. I guess now we kind of need to find out where the crusher is, right? I'm pretty sure you could even dump it on the field, says Slash. True. Well, will I have access to that? Should we try that? Farmers market, the spinnery. Watch, the crusher's going to be down here or wherever some sort of quarry is. Grain elevator museum, grain barge, a lime station. Restaurant, sawmill, playground maker hall, a lime station, untag that place, cement factory, a dredge. Oh, maybe we can take it to a cement factory. Cement factory would want stones, right? Goldcrest Valley, Walter, Farmhouse, Mr. Ben, the Tailor's Shop. Super 5 in the chat saying I could take it to a cement factory or to a crusher. Well, I don't know where the crusher is. Lime station. manure, liquid manure. Animal dealer. I thought the game crashed for a minute then. Warehouse. Grain West silo. Gas station. Dairy. Carpentry. Grain mill. Sawmill. I think we just take it to the cement people. Where were the cement people? Here's the cement factory. All right, let's tag this place. We're up here, so we want to swing back down. Oh, we're going to need to... Oh, I'm blocking the road. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Still learning my way around, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure this is the wrong way. Kind of looks like it. Oops, my bad. Sorry, school bus. All right. This is amazing. This is amazing. 4% of the field left. We've got 12,100 litres of stones. All right, I guess we go sell these to the cement factory. Come back, finish off this field. The sharp-eyed amongst you will have noticed I've slowed time down to 0.5. Having said that, I'll keep it at 5 for contract work. But if I'd kept it at 5 for contract work, we'd be here until the end of the day. All right, so it looks like we want to go right here. Oh, goodness me. This trailer is very heavy. And then we'll go straight down until we hit left. And all right, we'll figure it out. Now, you know, you need tractors with more horsepower. That poor thing hardly can make it uphill. Well, eventually, you know, we've got to start somewhere. And we can't start with the biggest and the best, unfortunately. Plus, this is the tractor they've given us for this contract. But yes, maybe one day we'll end up with a tractor with 780 horsepower. But until then, we're going to have to get away with our little John Deere. 114 horsepower. Unless we just wait, we do more contracts, lease equipment, sell a whole bunch of letters, and the letters can finance our tractor. All right, downhill. Downhill's good. Downhill is good. And I guess on the way back when we're going uphill, the trailer will be empty. What do you reckon where do you reckon we go from here, hey? I guess it kind of doesn't really matter which way we go. Go through this little district here. As long as we are heading towards the red dot. Let's go. We're almost there. Well, that MT600 is a lot of tractor horsepower for the money, but old school and not really the thing to invest into. If one tractor to rule them all is the thing. Well, I don't need one tractor to rule them all. We're going to need a variety of tractors. Again, you know, I'm going to have contractors and stuff working. Dump stones. It says dump stones. Am I going to get paid for these stones? Oh, I'm getting paid for the stones. We're getting cash buck dollary dues. We're getting cash buck dollary dues. Well, that was quite nice. $1,121 for the stones. Adds to the value of that contract. Now we go back and we finish the other 4% of this contract. I don't think though, or well, I guess actually if I come back here and I sell the stones before we finish the contract, then I'll be able to sell the stones before we finish the contract and we lose the equipment. They'll probably only be worth a couple of $100 because there's not that many stones left in this, so it is a bit of a trip back here. But, you know, every little drive around helps me learn the map a little bit more. I don't like saying the word map. It helps me learn the town a little bit. Oh, goodness me. Helps me learn the layout of the town a little bit more. Whoops, sorry. My bad. But for a couple of $100, I'm not sure if I want to do that or we just finish up this contract. We are at the end of the month here in September. It's almost 6 o'clock. I have slowed time down to 0.5 just so we could finish this contract in the daylight without things, you know, it'd be midnight by now. We'd be finishing this contract in October. I'm not even sure if I'm going in the right direction. Field 24. Well, it's got to be up this way somewhere. There's field 21. All right, we're back to finish the last 4%. Hopefully we're heading in the right direction. Careful now so you don't flip it and everything is like, can you flip it, can you? I know that you can flip things, but I didn't know you can spill the stones everywhere. Now back for the 4%. Oh, ridiculous. I don't know if I could be bothered selling this stuff. Well, I could be a whole year by now. God, it's taken a long time. Yep, it's taken a long time. Why are there so many school buses in this area? I think there's an unreasonable number of school buses here. Amazing. Oh, my depth perception's so bad. We don't have time to stop for stop signs. All right, stump these stones. And get this last 4% done. You think them school buses is CIA driving around? 'Cause there's no kids in this town. These AI workers, man. Turn those lights off. Yeah, I wish there was a setting just to disable AI workers. Because I'm not going to really need them for ages. And it's super annoying coming back to a field and trying to activate your GPS and it brings up that AI worker. So we did get a little bonus from selling those stones to the cement factory. Good shout to everyone in chat. Thank you. But I tell you, I'm looking forward to getting this field finished. And then moving into October, we'll have some more lettuce. We've got to go back. We've got to go back to the brewery and check on the pigs. I'm pretty sure they're going to have food, but they're going to need that straw. We are going to need to get a tractor pretty quick smart. I'm pretty sure that straw would have all been, I mean, that field's just lying fallow right now, right? Needs to be weeded. They're starving by now. We'll get it. Let's go have a look. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? The poor little piglets, they're so cute. %. This has taken a significant amount of time. Okay, this tool is reserved for contract work. Let's go. Let's fold that away. Let's get off this field. We'll complete this contract. I don't think we're going to be bothered about trying to sell the remaining stones that we've collected. We'll just leave the equipment here. And we shall say thank you very much. Here we go, David. Thank you for letting me do that contract. $15,696. Only cost us $779 to borrow David's equipment. Let's collect that. Plus, we got some cash buck dollary dues from the stones. Lovely. Let's head on back to the dealership. We'll pick up our little truck here. This truck doesn't sound too healthy. Let's head on back to the brewery. We've got to check on the pigs. And then we are here at the end of September. Guess we can get that time kicked back up to times 5. Take us through to Twilight. Of course, there has to be a barge crossing. Amazing! I do enjoy this town. It's quite nice. Ferry can't be started. Other ships are crossing. Okay, fine. Look at this cool truck, man. International. Yep. I'd love to have an old school truck like this on my little property. I'll keep an eye out for one as I keep browsing around for my one day to be little plot of land somewhere. All right. Can we go now, ferry? Beep beep. Here comes the ferry. I like the look of this ute. It's proper old school, isn't it? What do you reckon this is? Is this 50s, 60s? Looks a bit 60s, doesn't it? Where is the ferry? I don't think it's on its way, man. Oh, it's right there. It's already here. Let's go. I was looking at the opposite bank. All right, let's go. Crossing the chat saying it's about 1974-75. Late 60s, early 70s at most. What's it like on the inside? Look at this. This is all you need in a car. Steering wheel, accelerator, brake, clutch, and an indication of how fast you're going. And every now and then, you know, a little bit of music. Aha, let's go. All right, back to the brewery. We're going to check on the pigs. I think that's the last thing we'll do in September. It's been a long day. There goes the sunlight, really dimming down. Let's zip to, I mean, oh, that's a rock face. I was going to try and cruise up there. Still not used to how fast this car drives. All right. Let's go check on the piggies. Hopefully they've got enough food. 669 litres. They're 100% healthy. Hello, piglets. What have we got? We got 4 pallets of lettuce. I'm assuming that's in both greenhouses. So we've got a good collection of lettuce. We'll have to get our little electric forklift up here and start loading these up. I think we can. Let's just check the prices before we finish up our day here. So lettuce, we got $15,000 worth of lettuce, or a maximum of 19,000 if we keep it until February. It's quite a long time to be stacking up some lettuce. Surely it's going to go bad. We've got $60 worth of slurry. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I want to say I need to give those pigs some straw in terms of them being able to start creating some manure, or us being able to collect manure, which is what we need for our hops plants. But there we go. The sun is setting. Let's head on back to the house. Get out of this rain. I'd love to have a house that we could actually go inside of. That would be sweet. I'll have a look for a mod for that. Maybe I'll make a small change. A sneaky change. Thank you very much. If If you've made it this far in the episode, I appreciate you hanging out with me here on Croucher's Farm as we explore our second series, our brewery revival. If you've been chilling out with me on the live stream, thank you so much. Again, there's links in the description if you want to come and join me live. Otherwise, I shall see everyone here on Croucher's Farm in October for the next episode of our Pigs and Little brewery revival. I'll see you then. All right, let's kill that recording. Holy cow, that took a long time. Chunky. Thank you, everyone who's been chilling out with me today. 5 likes on the old YouTube. Had a bunch of new people following over on the old Twitcheroo. Vina, White Ricard, Random Zero, thank you for your raid that you sent in. Thank you for the follow. Oh boy. Motherfig gifting out a sub to Sexy Potat. What a legend. Rhino with his resub. Dark Acorn with his resub. I appreciate everyone who's been hanging out with me today. It's been a monster effort getting this far through that last field. Holy crow. Supervibe suggesting some realistic economy type mod and slow down income to a quart, to a fifth, to a tenth to make it more realistic and increase the fun factor. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe not for this play, maybe not for this series. It's certainly going to take enough time to get this brewery functional, even with the economic rate that we have at the moment. I mean, we could move the economy mode to hard, but I'm not sure at this stage about, getting a mod in for making it even harder. We'll see how we go. You looked it up, Cross. That tailgate matches the 69 to 75 model. That's amazing. Back to syrup. Hey, Skeet. Oh, man, I'm going to have some food. I'm going to chill out for a little bit, and then I'm going to jump into the multiplayer server that Rhino has set up and go join the farm. Actually, I might do that now so Rhino's not milling around waiting for me to sort myself out. I'll jump on, make sure he can give you permission to lend my hand to the farm. But I appreciate everyone who's been chilling out with me tonight, either on YouTube or on Twitch. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful stream. I'm thoroughly enjoying this game, and there will certainly be more of this happening as things move forward. Thank you. I appreciate your attendance. Thank you for hanging out with me. Slash, my friend, Ski. Everyone who's been hanging out in the chat here. Yeah, then you can restart the server with the pause in it. Okay, cool. I'm going to go jump into the multiplayer server, and I shall catch everybody else next time. Take care. See ya.
Should we call it quits and let go? I have cried many times over you, sleepless nights.